Boulevard to the south, I-70 and Jackson Avenue to the east, also commonly known as the Jackson Curve of I-70, and Indiana Avenue to the west. We are here presenting a neighborhood plan that we created in coordination with the neighborhood leadership and the residents of South Round Top. Our planning process to create a neighborhood plan generally follows these four steps. There's pre-planning work, the neighborhood engagement portion, the writing of the plan, and then the plan adoption process. The pre-planning work is primarily done by city staff, and it includes things like researching the neighborhood, interviewing the neighborhood leadership, walking the neighborhood, taking photos, aerial map analysis by staff, identifying the community assets, and reviewing any other plans that might be associated with this particular neighborhood that we're working in. In this case, there is a South Round Top plan that was completed by Hoxie Collective and UMKC Center for Neighborhoods that we did read thoroughly, and we have adopted or absorbed some of the recommendations that were in that plan into the South Round Top plan.
And so here are 5 engagement meetings we hosted over the last year to essentially gather their concerns and get a collection of what their top priorities are in the neighborhood. So this doesn't replace 311 requests, but it certainly has a lot of crossover and helps get the neighborhood around talking and getting a kind of a collection of recommendations together that we can then identify. And through our engagement activity, we mostly relied on our mapping activity. So this allowed for our neighborhood residents to essentially put pins or sticky notes where on the map within the neighborhood their biggest issues and concerns are.
And I would like to give out a shout out to a couple planners in these photos. Will Mansfield, who was previously part of the neighborhood planning team, did help with this project. Also Jonathan Feverston, who is the 3rd District staff planner in the Community Development Division. So after we complete the community engagement, we take the issue inventory that we've basically created with the input of the residents and also from our own observations, either on the ground or through aerial map analysis, and we create a list of recommendations that are related to city services that the neighborhood would like to prioritize. We vet these recommendations through the responsible departments, such as Public Works, Parks, and just make sure that we're not recommending anything that would be out of line with their processes or established city policy. And we also give the residents a chance to provide some final feedback on that final plan. And at the end of this process, we will be providing the neighborhood leadership with a packet of resources to help with implementation of the recommended items in the plan, as well as important contact information at the city to help address some of the issues that they brought up. So the plan itself, there's like 5 main sections to it. There's a general overview of the process that we go through. There's an overview of the related planning documents, in this case that neighborhood plan that was done with Hoxie Collective and UNKC. We provide a summary of the process that we go through to engage the residents and collect information. We have our plan recommendations, which is the majority of the plan's content, just a very long, basically a to-do list of things that they would like to see addressed. And in this plan, we also have a couple of special focus areas that came up in conversations with the residents that we really wanted to highlight as an ongoing issue or concern without making a long list of specific recommendations for it, because it might be slightly out of our purview, but just something to maybe keep an eye on or pursue into the future. And the plan gets adopted as an addendum to the applicable area plan. In this case, South Round Top is within the heart of the city area plan. It is approved by resolution, so it is considered policy guidance for the city. And basically, it serves as that multi-year to-do list. So the neighborhood leadership can consolidate around PIAC requests and budgetary requests as well.
And so for our recommendations, this essentially came from our neighborhood issue inventory from their input. And with our recommendations, we did want to give a prioritization. So we have a few icons we established. So if it's on the high injury network, essentially where our most dangerous streets are, we put that logo on there. And then if it's near a school, community center, senior living, we had an icon for that. So our more vulnerable citizens, and then near a park. And here are the collection of recommendations. So our majority of our recommendations essentially came out from our pedestrian safety and sidewalks. So those were a majority of where neighborhood residents wanted to see painted or raised crosswalks, where they should be placed, and then where the majority of the sidewalks are having issues. So whether there's repairs needed or if there are certain spots where there were no sidewalks at all.
And I'm just going to go through the 3 special focus areas quickly here. The first one was Central Park. This is the largest public park that is adjacent to the South Round Top neighborhood. There are quite a few amenities already here, but the residents did express a need for additional programming and additional amenities. Some of the amenities that they requested were already a part of the city's Parks Master Plan, so we have included those. And then we included a couple of additional things that they would like to see. Basketball courts, I believe some tennis courts were recently removed that some people expressed they would like to see reinstalled. So we have included the requests from the neighborhood about what they would like to see to enhance Central Park. Another special focus area is very particular to this neighborhood. There is a ongoing legal case related to a previously placed leaking petroleum tank that was underground near the intersection of 31st Street and Mersington Avenue. This is an ongoing issue with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. There is a website actually on their site that is dedicated to this issue and the ongoing legal battles that are going on. For about 20 years, this has been going on and off. Basically, there was an underground tank that was leaking. It was an old tank that was replaced, but unfortunately, a lot of contamination still remained in the soil. And then through some cracked sewer lines, previously, residents were smelling fumes coming up into their homes. So it did cause some issues with residents needing to leave their homes and vacate the area because of the fumes. There is, like I said, a case that is still going forward. The Missouri DNR is still pursuing to find, to see if they can find the owner that they believe to be responsible, legally responsible for the cleanup. But this is an ongoing issue, and Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley is keeping an eye on this one, and we do have some staff that are in some conversations about how to find some answers and address this issue. And then finally, I'm sure as you've all seen, there's a lot of work happening on I-70 all the way up and down the Kansas City boundaries. In this particular location, MoDOT is actually making some pretty significant changes to the Jackson curve. As you can see on the screen, the red X's identify where the off-ramp that originally exited onto Myrtle Avenue in the neighborhood, as well as the eastbound lanes of I-70. Both of those are being removed. I believe the off-ramp has already been removed, and they're going to be moving those eastbound lanes a little bit closer to the westbound lanes. That's going to create a considerable amount of excess right-of-way that's under MoDOT's control. Through some emails with the project engineer, they did say that they're still figuring out what they're going to do with all of that excess space. A lot of it will probably be used for stormwater retention, but they are open to conversations about how that could maybe be transferred to different ownership or something down the future, maybe opening up some of this area for additional residential lots or something like that. At the City Plan Commission meeting 2 weeks ago, they did recommend approval without conditions. And at this point, Sam and I would be happy to answer any questions. But I'd also like to give Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley a moment if she would like to speak about this particular project.
Thank you. Oh. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Morgan, and Sam, right? Okay, because I always say Will, the last person on your team, but Sam. So they did an excellent job with this most recent neighborhood plan, and I will say one of the biggest benefits of having the plan is seeing the types of infrastructure needs that the neighborhood needs, you know, proactively. And so I know the PIAC requests are pretty cumbersome, and there's just a big old binder of, you know, hundreds and hundreds of requests. But with this particular neighborhood plan and something that I think all us council members should look into is I could just go through their list of needs and just kind of in bulk do a lot of them without, and so we're gonna meet quarterly and start going back through all the neighborhood plans and just trying to pull out projects as we go along. And I can also find out, okay, they needed a number of sidewalks in South Round Top. So rather than me doing a memo to pay for all the sidewalks, now that's a chance to contact Public Works and say, what's the schedule and where can I fill in? Because, you know, they can't do 100% of any neighborhood sidewalks. And so if I know the schedule of when they're gonna do it, then I can add to it. And so with this particular one, we did all the crosswalks. So I put that in the third district's PIAC requests or in our list of projects. And so it's like 17 crosswalks that they'll get done. So that just makes it easier for me to kind of see what people need and try to chip. Now, we obviously can't afford to do it all, but as you go east in my district, it's neighborhoods that you can tell we haven't been around. So that's why I'm trying to ask Morgan and her team to just keep going further east, because you can just tell that it's really been neglected for a long time, and it makes me sad when I go see it. So that's how I've been using the neighborhood plans, and I know that Morgan and her team, they're gonna come up with a more solid kind of criteria of how to pick neighborhoods, how to prioritize them, and now that they kind of know how to do them, then they can do more of them more efficiently. And, you know, because there's some criteria like, and we want it to be equitable, you know, so like I said, the further east you go in my district, the less and less resources people have been able to get because they're not as well organized. And so I don't want anybody to be excluded, but I do want that to be a part of the thought process of you haven't had any sidewalks installed since you were a child, you know, and you inherited the house from your parents, and now you're 70 and you haven't had any sidewalks. It's kind of ridiculous. And so trying to find a process to help people. So I like it. I think it's working. I would like to see her team a little bit bigger because I know there are a lot of neighborhoods that don't have the organization necessary and don't have $250,000 to pay a consultant. Yeah. Like that's very much a cost barrier. So I would like to see your team get bigger if anybody's listening so that you can do more neighborhoods that need help, that don't have the capacity to organize their needs in a document so that elected officials can figure out how to help them more proactively. So great job. Thank you very much. You're helping me do my job better. So appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I agree with you as well in terms of the need. I know there's some similar neighborhoods in the 5th District as well that you can tell just really haven't had the investment, and which is why I have found my neighborhood walking tour so beneficial in being able to take staff out to see how some of the neighborhoods have just been just neglected so many years. I must say, I'm a little, not a little, I'm a lot disappointed with the petroleum tank, storage tank contamination. And so I had to pull it up to look at the staff report. So, because I just didn't believe I heard you correctly when you said they've been trying to figure it out for 20 years, who's at fault. And to me, it just seems like who owned the property.
We can speak to that.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'll start. So that's another benefit of this neighborhood plan is it brought it back to light. And it's a lot of trauma and just history with the neighbors that have been trying to deal with this on their own. So there was a lawsuit that was granted and many neighbors got compensated, and another organization got compensated as well, and they were supposed to do some development of apartments and things of that nature. And so this is 2 decades ago. And then the Department of Natural Resources as well is involved, the EPA is involved, and I think the agencies, from when I came back to our attention, I just immediately pulled up the news stories and got DNR and EPA back at the table. And so they very much are still trying to solve it. But I think the agencies thought since the lawsuits happened that they had solved it. And so the neighbors are saying that the fumes and whatnot are still there. And so, I mean, it's been a lot of this person no longer works here, so let me go and pull up the archives, and then the neighbors finding their law documents, and we sent that to the law department. The law department looked at all the, so yes, it's an ongoing battle. In fact, I'm hosting a neighborhood meeting at the library for all of them to come and try to get back re-engaged on the tanks.
So not that I'm trying to, you know, scare anybody, but if the neighbors, if they are smelling fumes, I mean, are there any air quality control issues that still need to be addressed? Did anybody address that, or has that?
So what they will do is come and test the groundwater, and they'll look for leaks. And right now, they have not said that there is an active leak. But that's different than when you live in the house 24/7, you know, 7 days a week, rather than somebody just come and test. And so, there's a new owner of this. It just needs to all get picked back up and probably just start again. In terms of, go ahead, tracking down who's responsible.
Yeah, so Missouri DNR, there was a lawsuit that they filed against the property owner that they believed was the responsible party. The ownership at the time that the report started coming into DNR that there was a gas leak smell happening. It was a previous owner that owned the lot when the leaky tank was installed. Whether it was initially leaky or it just became leaky over time, this would have been back in like the 70s and 80s, I believe, maybe the 90s. So it had changed hands since then. They identified the leak. The leaky tank was removed, a lot of soil was removed, but unfortunately contamination remained. There are testing wells, I believe there still are a couple on site from the Missouri DNR. I don't know how recently they have checked those to see if they're catching anything that is still in the soil. But the Missouri DNR is planning to refile the case, that they think they have adjusted their strategy a little bit. They said that they are planning to continue to pursue legal options to hold them financially responsible for continued cleanup. But, you know, as a planner, one thing I just kind of see visually in this aerial map, you can see all of the lots directly adjacent to the suspect lot are vacant. I can't, I mean, can't say for sure, but I have to feel like it might be a little bit related to the ongoing contamination issues here. So if we are going to revitalize this neighborhood, redevelop this neighborhood, we need to address issues like this.
And we know that's a huge barrier, the contamination, because we have, I think now when a gas station, and maybe you can chime in on this, but I think now when a gas station closed, they are responsible for the cleanup. I think that's a relatively new law, but 20 years ago, you could just pack up and leave everything underground. That's why we have so many of them in the 3rd district, and in the 5th too. You have some where they pack up, and then somebody comes along, and there's 4 tanks underground, and sometimes they deteriorate. Yeah, so it's a big problem with the old laws and not getting ahead of the contamination.
We're all familiar with the complications around property ownership in brownfields and finding the responsible party. So it's related to those issues.
And I guess I'll just say, you know, because I don't want to make any assumptions that if there's any policy or laws that we need to put in place as a city to make sure that we can protect our residents, then we need to be looking at that as well. So, all right, well, thank you very much. Sounds like you guys have been very thorough in your work and engaged in the public. Thank you for that, and thank you to Councilwoman for your leadership on this too. Thank you. All right, is there any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted to the city clerk's office for ordinance number 260377.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that resolution number 260377 be reported out of committee at the recommendation of Advance and pass.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you.
So much, everyone.
All right, so I'm going to ask that you read the next 3 all together, please.
Okay. Ordinance number 260399, amending chapter 56 of the Code of Ordinances by enacting a new section 5654A to create minimum standards for the securing and mothballing of vacant buildings to prevent deterioration, protect public safety, and reduce negative neighborhood impacts. Ordinance number 260400, amending chapter 56 of the Code of Ordinances, Article 5, dangerous buildings or structures by repealing and replacing section 56539, permits to require to to require Historic Preservation Commission to review for demolition of historic structures declared dangerous buildings except in cases of emergency. Ordinance number 26041, amending Chapter 56 Code of Ordinances by repealing Article 6, registration of vacant properties and foreclosing properties, and enacting a new article of like number and subject matter, including a new section 56586, semi-annual fee for chronically vacant nuisance property to expand vacant property registration to unimproved vacant land and require disclosure of plans or intent for a vacant property, establish procedures for investigating and identifying properties with a residential structure or multiple dwelling units that have been vacant for at least 6 months and have had multiple housing code violations, and assess a $200 fee for each semi-annual period in which the city has investigated and made this determination, establishing policy for disclosure of access permission by Kansas City Police Department and the Office of Unhoused Solutions triage team, and directing the city manager to implement a citywide registration outreach campaign.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Catherine Nace, and I am here with the Office of Mayor Lucas. And today I'm going to be talking about ordinances 260399, 400, and 401. So just kind of a high level of what today's presentation is going to be focused on, really continuing to build the momentum of a lot of ongoing work being done by city staff. Our vacant land activation initiative has brought forward many proposals. I know there's been a lot of complimentary conversations happening before the initiative started, obviously right now, and then we're looking forward to an upcoming business session to share the final report on that. So these are really kind of pulling from that and the ongoing conversations and just trying to get into some of the legislative action phase. So I'll just be sharing kind of high level the policy vision. We really wanted to just get these into the public record and give an opportunity for public testimony given how much outreach we've gotten to our office, understanding that we've gotten the request from city staff and see that there still needs to be more work done on each of these ordinances. So looking at the policy goals, really thinking about identifying, securing, and maintaining. So when we're looking at identifying that first step, just thinking about our vacant property registry, expanding that, different ways to implement increased enforcement, and that one's the ordinance 260401. Going to the next goal, thinking about how we're securing our buildings, so looking at our board up and mothballing policies, which have been ongoing conversations, I know, with some folks here to testify today, and their outreach to the city along with city staff and direct comments we've gotten in the mayor's office. That's specifically ordinance 260399. And then looking at the maintenance piece, so avoiding demolition by neglect, specifically with historic structures, and that's ordinance 260400. So just a few quick comments about the goals on each of these again, and I've reached out to each of you committee members to make myself available for one-on-one meetings to get more feedback from you all and any ideas or concerns you have with the proposed legislation. But for that first step, when we're thinking about registration, this is really just how are we including unimproved vacant land as a part of the registry, giving opportunity for owners to disclose, so how that kind of can help the city know how to engage with them, thinking about a fee structure for the chronically vacant, specifically nuisance properties, and then also thinking about consent mechanisms for KCPD and unhoused outreach solutions here at the city to enter the properties, given that that's an issue that we've heard from our city staff with current vacant properties. The second one, looking at that kind of middle policy goal, securing the properties, looking specifically just at some baseline minimum standards. How are we securing openings? How are we, having clean exteriors? How are we making sure that they're prepared for weather, avoid leaking? A lot of these, I know a lot of these conversations have been ongoing, and it was just brought to our attention too about the, I believe in the Northeast, there's a vacant building task force that's looking at preventing the increase in fire. So looking at specifically some of those, and we can be collaborative there, but really trying to move this along, knowing the ongoing conversations with this specifically. And then the fourth one, or the third one, apologies, is the historic demolition review, specifically thinking about how we're avoiding demolition by neglect. So right now we see that some property owners will not maintain their properties just so it will get into disrepair, be deemed as a dangerous building, and so then they're able to bypass the historic preservation review. So just kind of looking closer at what that process does, making sure that we're really trying to support owners in maintaining their properties and not having them get to a point of dangerous buildings. And this also is kind of complementary to some of Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley's work, thinking about how we're trying to avoid getting to the demolition point and how we can try to be a little bit more preventative in that manner. So kind of today, again, just trying to get these out into the public record. We've had a lot of outreach on these topics over the last year since the initiative started, along with ongoing conversations. So we really wanted to give an opportunity for public testimony as we keep on having these conversations. In the next few weeks, I will have multiple meetings with all the different departments this touches, law, neighborhoods, housing, amongst many others. And then we'll have more concrete detailed committee substitutes in the coming weeks for a vote on committee. And I know Mayor Lucas shared with Mayor Pro Tem that we're asking for a hold today, but we did want to give the opportunity for public testimony.
Thank you. Do you all have any questions? Comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard from people concerned about how the vacant lots treat community gardens and community farms with the registration process. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I also got that outreach from Alana Young Henry. We have a meeting planned for next week to think about that specifically, and it was a great catch. Obviously, we're not trying to penalize, responsible property owners, and we're not trying to penalize urban ag. We actually want to incentivize urban ag. So yeah, great question, and we'll work on creating a delineation to make sure that those folks, it would maybe just be well, we'd have to figure that out, but it's definitely on our radar.
Can we add that in there as, whether it be within it, that is a concern?
Sorry, what was that?
Can we add that within this language?
Yeah, we could add it in as far as having like an explicit exemption or making it sure it's clear of how that's a part of the registration process. Because if it is in productive use, then I wouldn't deem that as a vacant property. So I think it's just making sure that that's clear is when we say unimproved land, we're thinking about the land that has no structure and maybe no use. And those are really going to be our target properties, not necessarily unimproved property that is still in productive use. So that's going to be part of the things we'll have to figure out with the registration mechanism.
Okay, and also in regards to that, not just for existing urban gardens, but also want to make it difficult for potential new ones as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Thank you, Councilman.
All right, let's move to public testimony. We have Ms. Amelia McIntyre. Good afternoon.
I have something that will be helpful.
Madam Clerk.
Amelia McIntyre, on behalf of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. I reside at 4545 Warnell. Plaza Westport strongly supports the 3 ordinances to help prevent demolition by neglect. For far too long, the city has allowed developers and property owners to buy and hold properties and let them then deteriorate and call them blighted or dangerous in order to ask for help or incentives from the city to demolish them to fix this self-inflicted wound. Examples of the vacant lots and rundown houses exist right now in our Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association area as a result of the developer's shoddy practices. Many are historic buildings or belong to historically significant portions of our neighborhood. These 3 ordinances would help ameliorate this situation. We would ask also that the neighborhood's concerns be heard. It has been plagued by developers acquiring existing and then often occupied residential structures that provide affordable housing, then vacating them, allowing them to deteriorate, tearing them down, and then stockpiling the ground for a period of years. This pattern removes affordable housing without replacing it. Yet the developers often are granted incentives for building and they don't even then do it. I've handed you a chart of the properties in just our Plaza Westport neighborhood, from 43rd to 47th, Madison to Mill Creek Park. You'll note that all of the single-family homes that have been demolished, their demolition permit, and this goes to the point that 8 of these properties have been granted as of December of 2024 by Port KC incentives, and still no building permits have been issued. This is a significant problem, and I'm glad that the city is now addressing it.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Darby.
Good afternoon, Brian Darby, ED of Cultivate KC, but I'm here today as a representative of the Greater KC Food Policy Coalition. I won't take much of your time. I appreciate Councilman Willett bringing up the concerns about unimproved properties and how that might have unintended consequences for food production in our city. So I'll just keep it short and say that Greater KC Food Policy Coalition is also in support of those changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I see your parents were like mine in how they spelled your name. Sorry, I mispronounced it. Ms. Marquita Taylor, and then we'll end with Evie Craig.
Good afternoon, Marquita Taylor, President of Santa Fe Area Council, and thank you for an opportunity to speak on this. These 3 ordinances are something that we, in Santa Fe and a lot of other neighborhoods, are really anxious and excited about any opportunities to make some changes to the policies that are in effect right now. Specifically in 260401, where it speaks to code violations for those who continue to have homes that they're not taking care of and the fee that's being assessed. This is something that I want to make sure that hopefully you all are looking at, certainly to have a fee, but if that fee does not carry forward to their taxes, then they'll continue to have fees accumulate each year, because right now there are ways the city has fees when they have to board up these houses, and they continue to stay on the record, but it doesn't bother them or affect them when they get ready to pay their taxes, which is how Abandoned Housing Act can go into play. So it defeats that purpose if those fees are not assessed when they go to pay their taxes. If there's some way that those fees can be assessed at that point, then we wouldn't have large sums as we do. And another area is, I happen to have witnessed the city and the police department on a house in 27th Street where neither one could act. The police were waiting to get something official to say that they could go in the property. The city was trying to provide something for them to be able to go in. The end result was there was never something that the city could provide to the police department that was doable for them to actually act and move the people out of the houses. So there's a disconnect here, and I think you're somewhat speaking to that about the police department and the Office of Unhoused Solutions and others. That has to be a part of this, which will give them the opportunity to do the work they need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Evie Craig.
Hello. Sorry. I'm Evie Craig, and as president of the Paseo West Neighborhood Association, thank you for this opportunity to express our strong support for all 3 proposed ordinances. We were one of the signatories to the letter of support submitted by Northeast Neighborhood Coalition last week. While, as others' testimonies indicates, there are some significant details that need to be worked out in the implementation, not surprising as vacant buildings present a complex set of challenges to the city. It's imperative. Back up. Okay, sorry. Are they hearing me like throughout the building? Okay,
yes.
I am so sorry about that.
That's okay. We love your passion, but
But is this better?
yeah, I think so.
At least I'm not singing, Councilwoman, but I don't want that taken out of my time. All right, I'm almost done.
Please,
All right.
please sing it for us.
Really? All right. And not surprising, it's a complex of challenges that vacancies provide for us. And since I'm looking at you, Councilwoman, I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue and hope I'm still at a good distance from the mic. It's imperative for our public safety and economic development that we move forward on these important ordinances. I'm not actually having problems seeing it from this far away, right? No long overdue action on malignant vacancies that fester in our neighborhoods, caused by, and I'm going to have to do this, and just impose long problem, people, safety issues like fires, and bring about, many things we've heard, drain on our community resources caused by abandoned and or neglected buildings that once housed our residents and businesses, contributing to neighborhoods' ecosystems, while absentee and negligent landlords are rewarded for their plundering of some of our most historic and vulnerable neighborhoods. Residents have looked to the city for relief and action to no avail. Paradoxically, perhaps, one of the worst outcomes of the event is the eventual demolition of what once were community assets. It's the hope of our neighborhoods that the successful passages of these ordinances, coupled with a robust collaboration with neighborhoods in their implementation, will lead to a safer and more financially sound Kansas City. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say I requested couple of weeks ago that they turned the speakers up because we had complaints from people in the back that said they couldn't hear. So I thank you to whoever turned them up, but we can hear now. All right, so Ethan Starr.
Good afternoon, my name's Ethan Starr. I represent Historic Kansas City. We are a historic preservation, advocacy, and education organization, and we're big fans of the three ordinances here. I will address each one individually, but try to do so as quickly as possible. I'll begin with the 260401, the vacant property registration monitoring regime. This was one thing that is even expanded beyond what was recommended out of the council resolution and the resulting city manager staff report. It is really something that can help us get a hold on the issue of demolition by neglect, though. What are we talking about when we say demolition by neglect? Prolonged vacancy, deferred maintenance, absence of oversight. Vacant buildings, those left in unsecured and unmonitored condition, are the most visible indicators of this pattern. They're often at the point where deterioration is accelerating. Requirements for registration, disclosure of ownership intent, ongoing oversight, introduce a level of accountability that we have not previously seen as part of the monitoring enforcement procedure for cases involving city buildings. It will be a real upgrade to what is currently at the behest of city staff at their disposal, and it would help resolve a lot of the issues we consistently face with problem property owners and vacant properties. We recognize that this ordinance is broader in scope than historic preservation alone. Its provisions apply to vacant and underutilized parcels, not just buildings themselves, but it empowers, again, city staff to do a lot more and prompts the owner to formulate a development plan, consider disposing the property to another party, and that's the posture the city should be taking. This ordinance has great potential for addressing prolonged vacancy and deferred maintenance. Just want to note that it will require sustained engagement and manpower engaged on the part of city staff. Moving on, to the mothballing ordinance. This was one key topic in which our organization engaged with city staff. It was at the top of the city manager's report released toward the beginning of this year, and we're very supportive of strengthening requirements for mothballing, meaning securing the building envelope against further deterioration. These are basic steps, preventing water intrusion, that kind of thing. There are more recommendations from that city manager's report that are worth considering if you've seen that in the process of these ordinances coming forth. It also talked about establishing training programs and working with the EDC to help property owners get access to historic preservation incentives. Those are state and federal incentives, so that could bring in dollars from outside into our community. Always a great thing. Okay, moving on to the 260-400 ordinance here. Throughout the process of our engagement with City Hall and our issues we encountered with property owners, particularly in downtown and midtown areas in recent years, is one issue remains central. Reforming the city's dangerous building designation process because of this demolition loophole that is wide open as
If you
things
finish up,
stand.
please. If you
Sorry?
finish up, please. Go ahead. You're over your time, but go.
I'm
just if you-
aware. I'm
if you
sorry.
Finish it up, and I would recommend that you send that document to the council.
And we did, and it's already in your folders. I just want to state that the first order issue for historic Kansas City in approaching this trio of ordinances is to ensure that the demolition loophole represented by the dangerous buildings list is closed. Because presently, a locally listed, protected building on the local historic register can be demolished if only it satisfies, say, a handful of some criteria for being called dangerous. Changing that threshold to the emergency dangerous designation is a prudent thing, and it's what we ought to do. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber? Okay, let's move to online testimony. That's Sarah Legg.
Thomas has been promoted. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, thank you for this opportunity. As a former member of the Historic Preservation Commission, I'm very excited that this is being considered. I love that, start my video. I love that they are listening to the people that have been asking for the dangerous buildings loophole to be closed. Also, as somebody who works in real estate, I'd like to say that I think there is some opportunity for some affordable housing by preventing out-of-state landlords and owners who are sitting on property either as a financial tool or just because they don't have, I guess, the motivation to do anything with it. I think there's definitely some opportunity for some more affordable housing. I'd like to echo what Ethan said with providing incentives and help in finding those incentives, whether it's grant money or whether it's tax incentives to restore some of these buildings. That also goes past the historic preservation piece of it. I'd like to see, with a lot of our vacant housing stock that has been sitting for years and years and years, it'd be great to have some sort of incentive for the owners to actually get those back online and get people housed in them. And that's also, we have our bad actors, but there's also people that inherit homes, like mentioned before with the sidewalks, just giving them kind of a leg up to get those things taken care of would be great. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're on mute. We can't hear you, sir. I can't see the name. Thomas? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am the former owner of the buildings that were demolished at 31st and Main. Historic Kansas City has utilized that as their case study by which they are driving their concerns here, and I would like to speak to that. I am concerned in a broader context of what I consider to be a fatal flaw in the existing ordinances and also with the new proposed ordinances. The key to this is creating a situation where the owner of the building is denied the right to demolish the buildings, but is under the control of the government in terms of what they can spend their money on and how they can spend their money. I think that is a situation where one entity wants something and they are now in a position to force another entity to purchase it for them. And I don't think that's lawful. I don't think it's constitutional. I want to encourage the committee and I want to encourage the mayor's office to examine the current code as to whether it is constitutional or not. I don't believe it is. I have lawyers who also believe it's not, and I think that needs to be fixed. So if you're going to deny demolition, then you cannot dictate how the person spends their money. That is a recipe for legal action. It is a recipe for financial ruin. The other objection that I have here is that in this situation, an individual wanted to demolish the buildings. Union Hill neighborhood became very active and historic KC became very active. A historic overlay was placed and the condition that I just described was in place. During that period of time, the Union Hill Neighborhood Association, Historic KC, and the city of KCMO gave themselves 3 years to find the money to purchase the buildings, the money to restore the buildings, the developer and contractors to perform the restoration, and, in my opinion, assumed the responsibility to maintain the buildings in the meantime. If you control the buildings, then you own the buildings, and you take on the responsibility and liability.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, any other testimony? All right, so it's back to committee. As was stated, the mayor had requested to just, for us to hear the information. They still had some other work that they were trying to resolve in these 3 pieces of legislation. So we will hold these for 1 week, 2 weeks. Hold these for 2 weeks, which is what date? Somebody? May 19th, thank you. So we will hold these until May 19th. Thank you. All right, next item.
Everything else is held.
Ordinance number 260352, vacating approximately 35,000 square feet of right-of-way in District M1-5, generally located north of Olive Street between Rochester Avenue and Wilson Avenue, and directing the city clerk to record certain documents.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let's refresh our memories on this ordinance. We had quite a bit of discussion the last time, but ended up holding it, and I can't remember exactly why we were holding it. I think we were pursuing more information, but if you'll provide us with a brief summary and update.
Yeah, of course. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and fellow council members. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development. Pull up the presentation here. So the subject site is located in the 4th District within the boundaries of the Riverfront Industrial Area Plan. And then a closer look at the site, the yellow highlighted portion is the proposed street to be vacated. It's roughly 35,000 square feet. There is public facilities and private facilities within the right-of-way. There's a sewer and water main, as well as AT&T, Evergy, and Spire also have their facilities within this right-of-way. Just a brief history again. We first met with the applicant in September of 2023. The main intent of this vacation is to resurface Olive Street. As you can see in the picture here, City Planning and Development recommended a maintenance agreement with Public Works. Public Works did not agree with that recommendation, so the applicant proceeded with the vacation of right-of-way. There is the reason we had to do the portion of North Olive here was to ensure if North Olive Street ever closed down, we have a sufficient a hammerhead turnaround for the fire department. The highlighted area is under the same ownership, so the consent, it will be owned and maintained all by the same owner here. And then again, just some pictures of North Olive Street. And with that, the City Plan Commission did recommend approval subject to conditions, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have questions, but if you pull up to slide 9, I went out here and toured it myself. So the craters actually look a lot worse than what they are in these pictures. I did get to see where they do have ownership of the road south of that ends up to a dead end, that there's absolutely nothing. So south of Rochester goes into a dead end. There's nothing there besides a couple properties that have property violations of a lot of junk and stuff in them. I feel, after going out there and seeing it firsthand, fully supportive of CPC's recommendation on this, and talked with a couple of folks representing some of the users within the area, including Missouri Soybean Association, which provided a letter of support for this. Folks may not know that Cargill has about 13 plants throughout the country. This is the #1 plant in terms of production. You have about 400 trips a day on Nicholas Avenue. You have about 160 trips on North Olive Street. And I was out there, and there's plenty of ways for folks to get, and I know that some people are sensitive about the grid, but this, I feel like after going out there, is common sense. They're going to be spending millions of dollars of their own money to make this into concrete for long-term. The Nicholas, I will say this, that Nicholson Ave does look like it's in good shape, which this city still maintains. From seeing the amount of damage there's done to trucks, I full-on support this, especially with looking on what's on Olive Street. You're talking about total junkyards, and I know Cargill has made several offers to some of those property owners around there without any kind of return of communication, and it's just, but the people are still going to be able to access by going left on Nicholson Ave, and this is something where it's actually pretty dangerous for folks to be on, considering the amount of trips of massive trucks and the current shape of the road. So this will definitely improve our city and help one of the main economic drivers in our region. So full on supported, and I'm going to be added as a co-sponsor.
All right, thank you, Councilman. So what I passed out is a recommended language for committee substitutes. So the heading still reads the same, but there's 2 recommended changes. It's in section 4, subsection 1, to strike the word dedicate. So it says the applicant shall retain water main and sewer main easements for the existing assets located within the right-of-way. So just striking the word dedicate and putting in the word retain. And then on section 6, or let's see, section 4, subsection 6, the recommended changes, the applicant shall provide an access easement to the properties identified as lots 36 through 47 on vacation exhibit B, which is attached. And then let me just read, I'm sorry, which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference. So that's changing the language in section 6, subsection 6. And which I passed out to the committee members. And so those are the only changes, correct? Yep. In this committee sub. I just wanted to make sure, since we didn't read it into as we got started. Does anybody have any objections to those
those recommendations?
I do not have any concerns with those changes.
Okay, all right, so we took public testimony the last time, but I'll open it. Is there any public testimony for this ordinance?
No public.
Okay. Just state your name and.
My name is Bernard Jensen. I'm the site leader for the Cargill facility that is affected by this. And I just want to take a minute to say that it's absolutely critical to our customer and our customer service metrics that we get this done. It's been years that our customers are unable to safely and efficiently come on and off our property. And with the details outlined in that presentation, I think that it's to Mr. Willis' point, I think it's the best thing for the city, and I think it's the best thing overall. A lot of the potential concerns around commuting and traffic, there is no civilian traffic on that street. There's hundreds of trucks that go through there every day, so the businesses to the west are reached from the north or the south or the west. You know, we're landlocked right there on the east side with the river, so it's just not used at all. And again, timeliness is also critical here. We've been years trying to deal with this, so appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right, so we'll bring it back to committee. Go ahead, Councilman.
I'm going to ask my colleague when we get to the point to make the motion, because I'm still going to be present or a no on this. And I just want to comment and say that just because I think that this policy approach is the wrong one doesn't mean that I'm anti-Cargill. It doesn't mean that I'm anti-soybean farmer. It doesn't mean that I'm that I'm against the investment that this company's made. I just think that there's a different approach that was left out, and I think by our own admission, this does not qualify under the statutory requirements for vacations. Being one of those being that it doesn't provide, no longer provides a public purpose, and we've stated that there needs to be an easement. The original draft of this said that there needed to be a public access easement on the entire thing, which then just completely undermines this. I think going forward, I'm not going to fight this. I think that there's plenty of reason to move forward here, but in the future, my preference would be when we have a situation like this where there's like a clear, we know kind of what's causing this problem, and if there's an adjacent property owner who wants to help us maintain it, then I think a maintenance agreement would be a more prudent approach rather than a permanent solution. So I'm just going to leave it at that and say that I'm just on essentially a protest of this policy approach, and I'm going to continue to harp on that as these types of projects or these types of ordinance come forward. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you for your comments, Councilman, and I stand in support of this. Definitely hear your comments and concerns, but I think this was an issue for several years, for many years, and I think it's a great opportunity and the city needs to take action. So with that, then I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move that committee sub for ordinance number 260352 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion carries. This will be heard on Thursday. Thank you. Is there any additional business to come before the?
I do want to say one other comment after. I didn't want to stop before the cell, but Councilman Bunch was not reached out to originally on this, and so if he was a couple years ago, maybe the Public Works agreement could have gotten done.
Could have gotten done. Yeah. Thank you for that. All right, any additional business? No. Nope, okay. We are adjourned. Thank you.
20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results? 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, the population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation. Relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started.
Fires can spread quickly and erratically, and where they will go in your house is unpredictable. In fire emergencies, every second counts, so you and your family need to be prepared. Plan, practice, prepare. Plan. Having a family escape plan is the best way to prepare your family in case of a fire. It only takes minutes for a house to fill with smoke and become completely engulfed in flames. Escape plans help families evacuate the home quickly and safely through routes that they have previously discussed and practiced. Your plan should include multiple ways to escape each room, designate a meeting place outside, include all members of your house, including anyone with a disability and your pets. Draw a map of each level of your home and show all doors and windows. Find 2 ways to get out of each room. Make sure all doors and windows that lead outside open easily. Be sure to have multiple ways to escape. Because fires are unpredictable, having only one escape route could limit your family and leave them trapped. Practice. Practice your plan. It is important for families to practice fire escape plans a few times a year during the day and at night. Practicing fire escape routes ensures that everyone can safely exit the home on their own in case of a fire. Overnight guests should always be aware of your fire escape plan. If a fire occurs, it is important that your family understand that they need to get out fast and safely. Instruct family members to take the safest exit route and remind them that if they must escape through smoke, they should crawl low under the smoke and keep their mouths covered. The smoke contains toxic gases, which can cause you to get disoriented. Prepare. Have working smoke alarms on every level of your home and in bedrooms. Close bedroom doors. Closing bedroom doors before going to sleep can be the difference between life and death. In the event of a fire, closed bedroom doors keep out smoke and poisonous gases like carbon monoxide and keep temperatures much lower than in rooms with open doors. That gives occupants more time to survive and get out. Also, remind family members that they should never open doors that are hot to the touch. If you feel the doorknob or door and it is hot, leave the door closed and use a secondary escape route. If the door feels cool, open it slowly and be ready to shut it quickly if heavy smoke or fire is present. If all of your escape routes are blocked and you become trapped, close the doors and cover vents and cracks around the doors to keep the smoke out and call 911 immediately. Stay where you are and signal for help at the window with a light-colored cloth or flashlight. Remind family members that once they're out, it is important to stay out. You should never go back into a burning building for any reason. If someone is trapped in the home, allow firefighters who are equipped to enter the home to rescue them. KCFD wants you and your family to stay safe and healthy. Plan, practice, prepare your escape plan today.
Hi, I'm Tyler Haney, firefighter EMT with the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. Each year, we treat hundreds of children related to accidents that occurred in the home. Many of the most common accidents and injuries can be prevented. Inside the house, falls downstairs or out of windows, injuries from overturned furniture or burns in the kitchen are some of the most common injuries. Outside the house, kids being hit by cars, injuries from not being properly restrained in a car seat, or injuries with a seatbelt are the most common injuries. Young children should be supervised at all times, but you can make your job easier and increase their safety by following these tips. Inside your house, stairs should be secured with baby gates, or if there is a door, be sure the lock is out of reach. Railing spindles should be no wider than 4 inches to prevent infants or toddlers from squeezing through. Make sure there are no objects near the stair gates or railings that would allow an adventurous toddler to climb over. Furniture can also cause injuries to children. Children may run into a corner or the edge of a piece of furniture, or may become trapped under a piece of furniture that is tipped over. Cover sharp edges with foam guards or pads. It also helps to point out to the children that as they get taller, they need to look out for these things. Make sure tall furniture that may look like an attractive thing for a young child to climb on is secured to the wall, keeping it from tipping. For windows, make sure all windows are secure or have guards on them. And when windows are open, make sure children do not have direct access to the window. Most window screens are not rated to bear the weight of even young toddlers leaning or banging against them. Outside, kids being hit by cars is the 3rd leading cause of death in children. To prevent this, it is important to remember that young kids are short enough that often they are not visible over objects that taller kids and adults can see over. You may see the car over the parked cars at the curb. The car may see you behind those cars, but does the driver of the car see your small child standing on the other side of those parked cars? If not, your child could dart out from in between a line of parked cars, and drivers are unlikely to see them until it is too late. Around any kind of moving vehicle, have a hand on your child. If you're driving or getting ready to drive, make sure you have cleared the area around your car. Often, kids playing in a driveway or on a driveway or sidewalk are too short to be seen in the mirrors or over the hood. It also helps to educate your child about the dangers of cars. Even small children are capable of grasping the concept of danger, and they will feel empowered if you include them on the steps to help keep them safe. The best way to prevent injuries while riding in a vehicle is to make sure that all occupants are wearing the appropriate restraint device for their age and size. For infants and children under 2 years old, that means they should be properly secured into a rear-facing car seat in the back seat. Children 2 to 5 years old should still be in a car seat, but it can be a forward-facing car seat, and in the back seat is still the best location. Once children outgrow their forward-facing seat, they should be buckled into a booster seat until a seatbelt fits them properly. A proper seatbelt fit usually occurs when children are just over 4.5 feet tall, somewhere between age 9 and 12. Seatbelts fit properly when the lap belt lays across the upper thighs, not the stomach, and the shoulder belt lays across the chest, not the neck. We want you and your family to stay safe. Following these tips can help keep you and your children safe. For more information, go to kcmo.gov/fire.
Smoke detectors save lives.
Los detectores de humo salvan vidas.
Fire alarm ሕይወትን ሴቭ ያደርጋል።
إن كاشف الدخان ينقذ الحياة.
Smoke alarm سای سیبیت.
هشدارهای دود جان انسانها را نجات می‌دهد.
Detectores de fumaça salvam vidas.
ng smoke alarms magkatuwas ug kinabuhi.
Fire alarm lo mi pranal kapartundi.
Smoke detectors save lives. If you need a smoke detector, call 816-513-4648 or go to kcmo.gov/fire.
The Go KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. In 2017, voters approved $800 million over 20 years to fund infrastructure improvements throughout the city, including streets, sidewalks, flood control, and more. Since then, Go KC bonds have made several improvements for the city's parks, museums, and landmark fountains. The Kansas City Museum underwent full restoration and renovation of all floors of the Corinthian Hall thanks to Go KC bonds. Go KC bonds were also used to reconstruct Maplewoods Parkway from Northeast 96th Street to Shoal Creek Parkway. This included new roundabouts, a grass median, new bike lanes, and a storm system. Go KC bonds made it possible for Kansas City to receive a new Kansas City campus for animal care, the Kansas City Pet Project constructed in Swope Park, and the renovation and new ADA-compliant landscaping for the Spirit of Freedom Fountain was a product of Go KC bonds. These are only a few of the improvements made possible with the Go KC bonds, and more improvements are on the way. The Go Bond KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. Since voters approved the bond in 2017, Kansas City has completed 265 new and refurbished sidewalks in all 6 council districts. And more improvements are on the way.
My name is Dion Lewis, and I'm the division manager for CCED, also known as Central City Economic Development. CCED was created to bring economic development to historically underserved areas in Kansas City impacted most by the redlining. In 2017, voters approved a 1/8 sales tax. This specialized sales tax district generates about $10 million annually. The CCED sales tax district is also located in the east side of Kansas City, and its boundaries are defined by the north side of 9th Street, the south by Gregory Boulevard, the east at Indiana, and the west by Paseo Boulevard. Since the program started, $53 million of CCED funds have been awarded to 39 projects. These projects range from developing or renovating commercial spaces to the creation and preservation of affordable housing for the people in the Central City Economic Development area. There's projects such as KD Learning Academy, which is alive and thriving to help solidify childcare for all age groups. The GIFT Project, which is housed out of Blue Hills Community Center, that is helping a number of entrepreneur groups from MWBE businesses. Affordable Housing, 19 Vine, which is scheduled to do a grand opening here pretty soon. Jazz Hill, which is a substantial project in itself because of the historic component of it, has 11 buildings, developing 197 affordable units. The Linwood Shopping Center. Linwood Shopping Center goes back decades, and just to be able to preserve that as one of the only shopping centers on the east side of Truce. Some other projects that we're excited about and are in progress include Ladd School, which includes the creation of 51 housing units, providing the opportunity for generational wealth. Jazz District 3, which includes the construction of a mixed-use building and the creation of 48 affordable housing units. And 2000 Vine, which is creating offices, event space, and an art gallery. It's very, very important for the community to continue to support it and back it. So that way, we get what's needed on the east side of Truce and even further beyond, because again, this is just the beginning.
The Black Archives is really honored to be celebrating its 50th anniversary. It started out with our founder, Horace Peterson III, who wanted to preserve those stories of the building of Black Kansas City and of the Midwest. So we worked really hard to try to keep his legacy going. This exhibit is with My Eyes No Longer Blind, which is taken from a Langston Hughes poem that says, I look at the world from awakening eyes and a black face, and this is what I see, this fenced-off narrow space assigned to me. I look then at these silly walls, their dark eyes, and a dark face, and this is what I know, that all these walls oppression builds will have to go. And that's what the archives does. We talk about tearing down those walls, those fences, those things that try to barricade people into small spaces. We know about redlining and how there were institutionalized methods of trying to contain Black people in certain spaces. So we talk about that. We also talk about how those walls were broken down. We see at the Street Hotel was the first restaurant to have white tablecloth service for Black patrons. So the walls are coming down. We see people making those pushes. And so we have to archive that somehow. We have to make that available to everybody. We are the only exhibit outside of Montgomery, Alabama, that's dedicated to victims of racial crime. And 60 people in Missouri from Reconstruction to 1965 that were killed in the state. We know there were many more. So we have some empty spaces also in that exhibit for those anonymous people. My receptionist and the security guard say that they see so many people come out of your crime because they were never taught the truth. And they have these skewed images of what Black life was like here. And then when they learn the truth, then that new insight then affects them. And it affects them profoundly. So we collect, we preserve, we share, and we educate the history of people of African descent in this area.
My name is Alvin Brooks. That's AOVIN. I've been in the city since I was about 8 or 9 months old, and seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. People talk about reconciliation, but you can't reconcile the situation unless you tell the truth about it. I was with the police department up until 1964. The Black community was under siege. So I saw that from the inside. And then there were 3 of us who were Black men, left the police department, going to the school district. Then there was the riot. It began on the steps of City Hall on April 9th, 1968. And mainly because the Kansas City School District, under the white leadership, decided that they would not close the schools on that Tuesday, the 9th. And we urged them, don't open the school. They didn't listen to us. And the morning of the 9th is when the kids began to realize that their Kansas City, Kansas colleagues were out. And it started Mount Emanuel High School, and then to Lincoln High School, then to Central, then to East and Southeast Westport. They were gassed at 31st in Indiana. They were gassed at 31st in Truce. So they headed north on Paseo. So I met them at 22nd and Vine coming north. Curtis McClendon of the Kansas City Chiefs, Otis Taylor of the Kansas City Chiefs, Bruce White was the Kansas City council person. We walked down City Hall, westbound and the eastbound I-70 lane. We got there were a number of speakers. I was the last speaker. Kids kept chanting my name to speak because of my responsibility with the school district. After that, the police are here in riot gear. So I sensed the need to get these kids out of here. First bus arrived, and just as they're heading east on 12th Street from Loca, tear gas was thrown. The bus had to be evacuated. And later on, buses came and brought 2 kids out at Holy Name Catholic Church. Police followed them out and they threw tear gas in the church. Now I'm setting the stage for the riot. It really started there that day because frustration and anger. And that night is when all hell broke loose. I was appointed the first Black director in city government. I set up the Human Relations Department. There was no Department of Human Relations. It was now I assigned a couple people on staff to put together a Black History Month celebration. But there was so much resistance on the part of my colleagues. And it ought to be something that we all can do. You begin with each one of us. Where's my heart? Where's my very being? What do I say about things like racism and bigotry and homophobia and xenophobia is different. What do I say about that? Do I say it even if it doesn't affect me? Do I say something about it? I should.
I know. Too fast sometimes. Welcome to business session. Our first item is approval of minutes from business session of March 5th, 2026. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes for business session of March 5th, 2026. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion passes. The item for discussion today is the Housing Gateway Program. I believe we have the Housing Department and other friends here with us. We'll hear a presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mary Owens. I'm the Deputy Director of Housing and Community Development for the City of Kansas City, and I'm joined by...
Ready, John? My name is Mandy Chapman-Semple. I'm Managing Partner of Clutch Consulting Group.
And I'm Kevin Barth. I'm with Commerce Bank here in Kansas City.
And we're here today to follow up on the ordinance that was passed on the Housing Gateway Program in February. We are going to be providing you some updates regarding the Housing Gateway Program. And we have Mandy Chapman-Semple today to discuss with you more details about the program that have been developed since the inception of the ordinance. So the Housing Gateway Program, we have some updates to share with all of you. Since February, the initial $1 million that was appropriated to the Housing Gateway Program, we have obtained an additional $3 million. $1 million of that was through the appropriation that this council passed in our budget process. And we've also identified $2 million in home funds that we plan to use for tenant-based rental assistance, and that is subject to HUD approval, but that's an additional $2 million that we plan to put towards the Housing Gateway Program. In addition to funding changes, we have also, through the business community's generosity, retained Mandy Chapman-Semple, who is a housing expert from Houston, to advise the city on our homeless strategy and our Housing Gateway Program. And in addition to that, we've obtained the KC Chamber of Commerce endorsement for the program, which Kevin will be discussing with you momentarily. And we would like to invite all of you to our program tomorrow, where Mandy will be presenting on the Housing Gateway Program to members of our business community, foundations, and city leadership. So that'll be tomorrow at 8 a.m. Very briefly, I did want to discuss what was in our ordinance regarding our evaluation of the homeless response system. As part of the Housing Gateway Program, we are directed, the Housing Department is directed to perform an evaluation of our homeless system and make recommendations on how to improve that system. We did want to share with you all that there have been resignations from the Board of Directors for the Continuum of Care. The Executive Committee, the President, Vice President, and Secretary have resigned from those positions. We have an upcoming NOFO coming on June 1st, which creates some concerns from us regarding how the city will be applying for and receiving HUD funding. And we've made a recommendation to you all that an audit will be or should be performed by the city with respect to some of the claims that were raised by the Executive Committee. And upon receipt of an audit report, we will fold that into our systems analysis as part of our Housing Gateway Systems Response Evaluation. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Mandy, who will walk us through the Housing Gateway Program.
Great. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm excited to share with you the work that we've been doing with the city team and in partnership with the business community to really reimagine the way homelessness is responded to in this community, recognizing that there's incredible work that's being done by service providers today, but that some of that work is not necessarily reaching all of the individuals that are finding themselves outside. And so we're excited to really think about how to be strategic partners in this process with the city and with the business community to create a collective impact structure that can really respond and meet the moment of homelessness as it is today. I'm part of an organization called Clutch Consulting. We're a small consulting firm based in Houston, and we were really born out of work that was led by the Houston Mayor's Office that resulted in a 60% reduction in homelessness in Houston in about 4 years. And so from that work, we really found ourselves committed to a formula that tackled unsheltered homelessness in a very direct way, but also required not just planning and consideration, but real support to implement. And so we formed Clutch Consulting so that we could work from boardrooms to encampments, all the way, to stand beside our outreach workers in the field and help communities respond differently to this issue and get real results in real time. This new formula, was something born out of Houston, but one that we wanted to test in cities across the country, and certainly recognize that there have been shifting conditions around homelessness for some time, especially since that dramatic reduction that we achieved in 2016, almost 10 years ago. And so this new formula has been applied in cities across the country, each adapting it to their unique conditions, each contributing to new lessons learned and to a continued evolution. And you can see that there are new cities joining in this effort each week, working diligently to close encampments and to move communities forward, creating proof that investment in homelessness response can produce real remedy and real relief to the individuals experiencing homelessness, but also to the broader community itself who are experiencing homelessness as it plays out on the streets. Clutch has worked in more than 12 communities to transform their street response. We've closed hundreds of encampments. We've closed 4 whole zones, downtown zones in cities across the country, and directly supported the resolution of over 6,000 individuals from unsheltered homelessness. That's given way to a process that attempts to kind of quite rapidly respond to this issue. It starts with coming on site in partnership with the city and with Continuum of Care partners, and looking at the data, understanding what are the drivers of homelessness in your community, what are the conditions around homelessness, what's the current performance, and then creating a more targeted strategy to leverage all of your current capacities and to expand or amplify in a strategic way the ability to address both those pain points that are in front of us, but also to prevent those pain points from returning by really anticipating who will be flowing into homelessness in the future and how do we intervene early to avoid some of the long-term complexities that we see playing out on our streets today. We did that in December and have quickly now moved into galvanizing public and private partnerships so that we can get to ground as quickly as possible. I just want to appreciate that this is not an elongated planning process, but really a process to get to action as quickly as we can. So without further ado, and without going into all the details on this slide, I wanted to give you a snapshot of what we learned from that system modeling so that we're all starting from the same place and understanding the issue. There are about 1,750 single adults that will flow into homelessness each year in the Kansas City region. What's so interesting is about 87% of those individuals are experiencing new homelessness. And so that represents a real opportunity to intervene early. But there are still another 300 of those individuals that are experiencing long-term homelessness. And these are often the faces that we see over and over on our streets. They're often the individuals that are languishing and living in encampments. What we also know to be true is that the current shelter capacity is pretty limited and doesn't always align with that particular demand. The other thing we know is that because you have 300 individuals that are experiencing long-term homelessness, very naturally, your service providers become quite oriented around those complex cases and working to care for and resolve for those individuals. And the unintended consequence of that is that we're missing the opportunity to intervene for that other 87% who are flowing into homelessness. And this is a new experience, and we could just intervene and avoid an elongated stay within the shelter system. And to put a finer point on that, even if individuals stay in your shelter system 60 days, if we were to reduce that to 30 days, you would functionally double your shelter capacity in a year without having to make a single additional investment in the expansion of a shelter bed.
And so, excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. Councilman Willett is trying to get online and needs to be let in, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. So these are this is the kind of strategic thinking that went into understanding what are the drivers, and then what are the targeted ways in which we can start to pivot and leverage your existing capacities to move the needle on homelessness and unsheltered homelessness in particular. So what that gave way to was the design of an optimized system that really can produce more immediate results. It includes 4 things. The first is to eliminate encampments and prevent new street sleeping using new space management practices and enforcement. The second is to focus on immediate interventions and rapid resolution for newcomers that are entering homelessness. The third is to target any remaining individuals experiencing long-term homelessness with urgent, deep interventions. We know that not everyone who's experiencing long-term homelessness is in an encampment outside, so we want to be mindful that we're factoring in when those individuals are languishing in shelter, that we have the resources to be responsive. And finally, the fourth is to prevent long-term homelessness going forward. And so we see some modest expansion of temporary low-barrier shelter capacity paired with some new front door triage practices, and these rapid interventions can really support consistent bed turnover and the ability for the system to respond to all of that annual demand in the most efficient way possible. And that's how we ultimately prevent unsheltered homelessness in the future. So we can conceive an optimized system, but we can't necessarily get there all at once overnight. And so we broke this down into a ramp-up plan or a multi-phase strategy. And so in year 1, we identified 2 primary activities. The first is we can begin to permanently decommission encampments and prevent street sleeping in downtown and the entertainment corridors. In order to garner additional investment to be comprehensively responsive, we need to prove that an investment can actually produce real results. And results mean things that people can see and feel in the broader public. And these zones of downtown, the Power and Light, the Jazz District, and the Plaza, these are zones that are frequented by many individuals, both who live in those areas, but also who come to visit and engage, right, in business and entertainment and activity within the core of your city. And so we really want to demonstrate that both individuals should not have to sleep outside, and we're going to provide remedy for that for those individuals. And we can also maintain safety and maintain health in those communities by preventing individuals from returning to those areas and instead redirecting them to where we've resourced the resolutions, and we can be accountable for producing those resolutions from those places. And that really goes to the second activity, which is we then must activate those places of resolution and produce those rapid remedies. And so in addition to the 200 unsheltered individuals over the first year that we intend to respond with a deep intervention, we equally intend to respond to 400 individuals who find themselves new to homelessness, finding themselves outside or without shelter, and we want to immediately redirect them into those environments and begin practicing the ability to deliver those rapid resolutions from low barrier shelter and from within targeted day centers. I think it's helpful to evaluate this through the lens of what's different in this plan from the status quo today, and I think there are a few things. First, while the city is doing incredible work at being responsive to encampments, this plan takes us one step further to not just be responsive, but to produce complete resolution and to permanently close location by location by location and to maintain closure. And of course, that happens through active partnerships with management districts, law enforcement, private property owners, private security, council districts. You know, it takes the village in many cases to support our neighborhoods. And now we want to connect our homelessness response activities to then a maintenance strategy that continuously redirects individuals from sleeping outside into those other environments. This also effectively expands partnerships to both respond to nighttime activities, to sleeping, but also daytime activities. Many times there are a lot of things playing out that get tangled with individuals that are experiencing homelessness. And it makes it very difficult to manage our public spaces effectively. And so by coming into partnership and providing a guarantee that vulnerable individuals are getting the help and remedy that they need, it repositions the entire partnership to also then ensure that bad actors are being managed accordingly, and that we're able to be highly responsive to any safety concerns that may exist for everyone involved. The third is that by default, unfortunately, many of our homeless response systems have become waiting rooms, not by design, but just by having a lack of resource focused on the ability to produce those immediate interventions. And so we want to go in and be supportive in equipping a culture shift from waiting to rapid resolutions. So we don't want to invite folks in to sit and wait on a list for something to happen. We want to produce that immediate result. We want to functionally increase shelter capacity through modest expansion and reduced lengths of stay and reduced returns to homelessness. So we want everyone to begin to move through this system absolutely as quickly as possible to what we call to springboard back into stability. And we want the shelter system to become that springboard rather than that waiting room. And the last thing that's different is that it's often difficult to tease apart the need for an emergency rehousing response from the complexity of the affordability crisis that's playing out in front of us. And so we want to appreciate that the continued investment in the expansion of affordable housing is a critical element. But the right now solution for individuals who are experiencing homelessness isn't waiting for that eventual unit. Rather, we have the ability to buy into our existing market today by using time-limited rental subsidies, and we can get people into the market, and then we can help them identify a transition plan ongoing. And so one of the differences in this program is we no longer ask the actual individuals experiencing homelessness or even the social workers that are their case managers to go and try to negotiate with a landlord for a unit. Instead, we concentrate our collective buying power. We have dedicated landlord engagement specialists, and we create, business deals that get us into the market and give us access to quality units where individuals can stabilize, gain rental history, and then effectively transition from that point forward. And so that is a really exciting new dimension to this work. So finally, we have put a budget around all of this and started to indicate exactly the likely split between public and private investments. We know that the public investments are particularly critical for the rental assistance, for example, but we need some flexible dollars from the private sector in order to create incentives in the market to buy furniture kits and move-in kits. And so you can see from this budget, we are anticipating about a $10 million year one strategy. And we're really excited to demonstrate that the city has already made a commitment of about $4 million, as Mary reported, and that there's been early activation on the part of the private sector to contribute toward these costs, with that socialization happening in real time over the next couple of days. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin to provide additional information about the private sector's commitment.
Yes, so far the group of businesses that have been involved in this, it's been very, very small. We wanted to stay nimble, and we wanted to raise the funds quickly in order to get Mandy on board. But also it really started with a small group of business people working with city staff to determine who the best consultant was on this issue, and that's how we determined it was Mandy. Tomorrow will be the first day where a larger group of business leaders and philanthropic leaders have had a chance to hear from Mandy, hear about the plan as it is today, and hear what next steps are. We'll also, at the end of the meeting tomorrow, be talking about the fact that we'll be setting up funding advisory council, for lack of a better term. We'll have that nailed down by tomorrow. That will be working alongside members of the city staff in the city to hear Mandy's recommendations, to look at the work that is recommended, and to ensure that we have execution and proper accountability. Again, part of that will be to also raise funds from the philanthropic and business community. I anticipate that most of those funds will be used to stand up a model that Mandy's going to recommend for us to get it up and running, working alongside the city for a period of a couple of years. But long term, it would be something that would be managed, and the sustainability, the funding would come from the city. But we're off to a very good start. No one has said no. Not one business leader, not one foundation leader has said, no, I don't want to do this. It's count us in. We want to be there. We're going to be there to hear about it. So, in fact, Mary already mentioned it. The chamber actually has endorsed a resolution that sort of outlines what the plan is. The Gateway Housing Program also endorsed the hiring of Mandy, and really encouraging much more cooperation from the business community, collaboration with the city to stand up a very transparent program that is sustainable well into the future. I think you may have that in front of you. If not, there are copies of it here. I fully expect that the Civic Council and the Downtown Council will be endorsing the same document, the same program. It's been my pride. I haven't gotten in front of them to ask them to endorse it yet, but we've had lots of discussions. And I haven't been that involved with efforts with the city and the business community working together, but this may be one of the few times where I've observed complete endorsement by the City Council, the Civic Council, the Downtown Council, the Chamber, and a broad-ranging members of the business community. So I want to commend the Chamber the City Council for your passing the ordinance now. It seems like just yesterday, but it was a few weeks ago, because it really led the way for helping us get others involved, and just shows that the city's willing and ready to work alongside the business community and the philanthropic community to make a difference. I've talked to city leaders from Houston, Tulsa, and now Dallas, where Mandy's done work, and I know we can do this if we all work together to get it done. So, Mandy, we're very happy to have you on board.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for our presenters today? Councilman Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over here. I know it's confusing, that chair. Thank you, Kevin. Welcome to Kansas City. Very excited about your work. I have a couple detailed questions, but I'm going to begin with a more broad question. So Houston's seen a 60% decline in its population of folks who are chronically homeless, but in the 2025 count, they actually saw an increase, which was a reverse of the trend from the last couple years, which was a pretty dramatic decrease. What happened in Houston, and why did the population move in that direction?
So if you're talking about chronic homelessness versus overall homelessness, I just want to kind of appreciate parsing a little bit. So if you look at the trajectory in Houston, right, big dramatic reduction, and then the difficulty for Houston has been in kind of holding and continuing to chip away at that without the ability to make substantial investments. So one of the most interesting things about Houston is that it has a revenue cap and is constrained in its ability to invest general revenue. And so all of that work that was accomplished was without an investment in general revenue. It was just leveraging their existing entitlements and the likes. They leveraged every opportunity that came their way, had a huge investment of resources from ARPA and COVID, and actually came right to the edge of fully scaling their system to be highly responsive. And then with the transition into the new administration, that funding fell off a cliff. And so what you're witnessing in the data in Houston itself is a reflection of when you resource this system to meet that annual demand, that's when you can hold steady and continue to decline. But when you stop resourcing that system, then that inflow accumulates inside your system, And so the new administration is deeply committed on this. They have some different ideas about how to secure the funding that's needed to move this in that direction. They're still constrained by the revenue cap issues. And so it's really a reflection of a complex funding environment and a deep commitment on the part of the previous administration to dedicate ARPA dollars and then not having a way to sustain that.
Yeah. So it sounds like in Houston, they don't have a sustainable municipal funding source for their programming.
That's correct, and that's been a large topic of conversation. And I think political timing is everything on some of those issues. And so Houston is contemplating that sustainable revenue strategy, both at a city level, but also at a county level. And I just appreciating that work is actually, there's a large urban county and then 2 adjacent counties. So it's somewhat similar in its regional reach. And so contemplating the appropriate shared revenue strategy is a complex consideration. Dallas is in a really similar situation. And I think they're probably closer to a remedy on that issue. But this is something that communities across the country are up against, especially as the federal funds begin to shift. And the local problem remains the local problem.
Yeah, I think that's an important takeaway from Houston, and I share this comment with the mayor and the city manager about a sustainable funding source. We have $22 million in federal funding from HUD right now. 17 million of that is at risk potentially next year, which I think makes our funding situation a little more difficult to manage moving forward. If we put a 3/8 cent sales tax on the ballot for this specifically, we know it would generate 22 to 24 million a year, which is what we did for the public safety sales tax. And it would give us control over a funding source that, we currently have 22 million that we have very little control over, that goes through the COC, and all the issues that we're learning about from the COC aside. I think the only way we truly address this issue is if we have that long-term funding source and we just pass a public safety sales tax. We know it can generate that $22 million. Doesn't even have to be a 3/8 cent sales tax. It could be some other fraction, but it would give us, I think the takeaway from Houston is exactly that, is that, I think we need a municipal funding source that doesn't put us at the mercy of whoever's in control of the federal government at the time. Because I think the decision we're going to have as a community very soon, is, are we going to comply with what the Trump administration and HUD are imposing on communities, which include ordinances that are criminalizing homelessness, abandoning housing first, getting away from or accepting binary gender classifications. Those are all things that I think we're not going to want to do, and so that funding is going to be at risk. And if we control our own destiny, then I think it makes us all more successful. A couple more questions, and this is on slide 2 titled "The Plan Year 1 Targets." If we could bring that back up on the slideshow.
This one?
There, yes. So under activity 1, so I want to try and reconcile this with what I know housing staff have been doing for the last year under Nicholas Allen and his outreach work. So we had 3 additional outreach positions that are in the process of being filled. That would give us 4 outreach workers that we don't have now. Under the 1 outreach worker with Nicholas Allen and Josh Hinges going out, we were closing about 1 encampment a month and doing great work. We had 1 in Sheffield that housed about 82% of the folks that were closed. If you bring that to scale with 3 additional positions, it seems like we would be able to do maybe more than the 200 folks that are listed here, more than 1 encampment a month. And maybe I'm reading that wrong, but I'm trying to understand with our new capacity, getting those new positions filled, what that'll allow us to do. And the second part of that is, because I look at the zones that are listed here, downtown, Power and Light, Jazz. What is CCP? I don't know what that is.
The Plaza, Country Club Plaza.
Oh, Country Club Plaza. Okay. Sorry, 6th District. I didn't know you guys were acronyming that now. Trying to be trendy. I don't, so encampments are what, 3 individuals or more? I don't know that we have that many encampments within these specific areas. Maybe a lot of the folks that travel to and from encampments, I can think of a handful that are, but I think it's a lot. I don't see the encampments in those areas that I see in some of our neighborhoods and big empty lots. And so I'm trying to reconcile what we already do, what our capacity will allow us to do, and how that will interact with what's listed to occur in these zones.
Yeah, great question. So we're going to take a zone approach to these environments. So we're going to look at sleeping, day and nighttime activities, whether they're in an encampment or not. So just to put a finer point on that, within those zones, there are some encampments that we'll target. And what we're doing is additive here. So in addition to the capacity and the way that capacity functions today, we're bringing a new tool on board that allows us to target without reliance on cobbling together or hoping we can find resolutions for those individuals through the existing system, which is already operating, right, from a place of scarcity. And so we're standing up an additional lane of capacity that can be targeted, that delivers, that holds the resolutions in hand. So when I go to this encampment or I go to the zone and I identify that there's 50 individuals that are actively sleeping between these encampments and the zones in downtown, I'm making that number up. We don't know the exact number at this time. We will have the resolutions in hand to offer every one of those individuals a direct pathway out of homelessness and into stabilization, into housing. And that is what's going to equip us with the ability to say, and now from this point forward, as we've resolved all of the regular sleepers in this zone, we're not going to allow sleeping to occur on the backside of that. It doesn't change the activities that those outreach workers might be engaged in from a health and safety perspective. You know, your current kind of prioritization of those encampments is you know, rated based on those conditions. You're still going to be responsive simultaneously while we're doing this targeted work, with the goal in subsequent phases to expand that work, right, to the totality of those zones. The difference is, inside these zones, we're going to prevent kind of repopulation or reoccurrence of encampments. And as I understand it today, that while good resolution is happening as a result of the city's team, many of those locations ultimately backfill with new individuals, right? And so what we're trying to do is start to control to prevent that backfill without disrupting the city's ability to continue to be responsive.
And I'd like to add to that as well, Councilman Rea. Part of the city's limitations is that we have to coordinate several different departments to do an encampment closure. So we have to, Public Works participates in the abatement of the encampment, and KCPD is also provides assistance. So with the addition of new outreach workers, we also have those limitations with how many can be closed with our other departments as well. So hopefully we are able to accelerate closures, but it's going to be an interdepartmental coordination effort.
Thank you. It was very helpful. I appreciate that.
Councilman Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mandy, good to see you again. I want to add to the zone concept, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the fact that, you know, we're also trying to prove a concept. And I think it's important that, you know, in these zones, these are some of the most visible folks who are unhoused in our unhoused population. Not to detract about the camps that are in some of these neighborhoods that will continue to be a problem, but we have to garner support for this program, and I think we have to show proof that it's working, and I think that's part of the strategy as well, to help Kevin and his advocacy as well. So I'm excited about this. I think you know, I think for a long time, you know, we've been chasing our tail. As far as, you know, all right, we're moving folks from one place to another place. At the end of the day, people need to be housed. How are we housing the people? I think, you know, this is also a solution to fill a gap, right? We know that it's generally a 2-year wait to get a federal housing voucher. Yeah, we have, I believe it's over 2,000 families who are currently on that wait list. And this is us taking matters into our own hands to remedy that issue. So I'm excited about this. I know it's a big undertaking, but we can't do nothing. So happy to continue to support. I think it's something that not only that we have to do, but something that we can do. And so I'm excited.
Thank you. Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Hi, thank you for the presentation. Unless I missed it, I still didn't, Ms. Owens, see anything related to how you would diversify the placement of the municipal vouchers. So I'm interested in how we will ensure that those vouchers are available throughout Kansas City.
So Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley is asking about our landlord engagement strategy, and something that we are certainly wanting to do is ensure that we're not concentrating all of the placements of our homeless individuals in one district. And so that landlord engagement strategy will include efforts to diversify that, and we'd love for you to be involved with that planning with us. But we haven't formalized our landlord engagement strategy. We're still undertaking that part of it.
I think I could speak to what we've done historically in other communities that might be helpful. So one of the most important things when we're approaching the rental market is to take a very data-driven approach to that. So rather than relying on the areas where we've always relied on, or the landlords that we've always considered, we actually pull data about the totality of the rental market. And we look for a variety of owners within that market that have vacancy or properties that fit kind of right in the sweet spot that we're looking for. And so we form a list, and we, want that to be diverse, because we also know that individuals experiencing homelessness are coming from all different parts of this community. And so we want to give the ability to return to those communities from which folks came from, or neighborhoods, right, from within the market. So we're going to develop a list of those landlords. We're going to outreach to those landlords. That's where having a dedicated landlord engagement team becomes really powerful. If we were to rely on social workers, it's perfectly appropriate that they go to the landlords that they already know. But we want to, and have had great success in kind of changing those dynamics and creating more diversity. The one caveat that I'll put into that is that we also can't control where those units are in the market that meet that sweet spot from a cost perspective. And so we're at the mercy of the economic environment that we're up against. And so we're going to try to push the boundaries of that as much as possible through that data-driven approach.
So I don't mean to be rude, but that's not good enough. So I think that it's sort of a chicken and egg as it relates to development patterns, especially in Kansas City. And so for you to say some of it's out of your control in terms of where the units are that you can afford, that's going to lead you to where the development pattern is going to lead you. So it's going to lead you to red line neighborhoods. It's going to lead you to where the appraisals are depressed because of banking discrimination. It's going to lead you to neighborhoods that have been destroyed by 71 Highway. That's where it's going to lead you, and you don't even need statistics for me to tell you that. And so at some point, you guys are going to have to make a decision that that's not acceptable, whether it leads you there or not. And so exacerbating the issue of poverty concentration will be a net negative to the people that live near it. So you'll be solving a problem, and you will be causing a bigger problem of societal concentration of poverty. And so, and I don't see that reflected in this anywhere as being another issue that causes you to then have more issues that are expensive to solve. So if you're not thinking downstream of what's gonna happen based on you solving problem A, then you're gonna have problem B, and it's gonna be really expensive.
Yeah.
And so I've mentioned this many times, many times, about how important it is and what it does to a community when you put all of the undesirable projects in that area. And then it just becomes acceptable, and it's very difficult politically to stop doing it. And so, because I've mentioned it so many times, I've tried to put it in the legislation that it needs to be paid attention to, but it's still not reflected in presentations when you guys talk about it. It makes me feel like that is not as important as I'm trying to convey to you, being a person that lives in an area with concentrated poverty every day. Maybe you don't. I do. And so I know the impact that it has on people that are trying to make a life for themselves and raise their children and do the right thing and pay their taxes. And when you have an overwhelming geographic placement by policy, it makes it hard for people to live a good life. The people that are experiencing the poverty and the people that are not, because you're grouping them all together, and it has a negative, and the US government knows this. There's lots and lots of research about it. I'm not making it up, and I'm not a genius. I've just read about it. It continues to get overlooked when we have these conversations.
Yeah, I want to validate everything that you're saying and appreciate that those standards and those values are necessary when we're thinking about the development of new affordable housing, right? And the importance of spreading that out. This project is not about the development of affordable housing, but rather about creating an emergency rehousing system that uses the existing rental market. And so that these two things, I think, become complementary. We want to build the capacity to help people avoid languishing in homelessness, and we equally want to expand where affordable housing exists. But this plan is really focused on building that emergency rehousing. I think Housing and Community Development has other projects that are focused on the expansion of affordable housing.
No, ma'am. They work together. They work together. Even though it's not new housing, it is still housing in an area that allows you to get the price point that you want because it's in a depressed area. So you're making a delineation between it being a rental. Also, due to redlining, the 3rd District has an overrepresentation of rental properties. So again, it's gonna lead you right back to where the problem is, because that's where the rental units are due to US policy. So I'm just trying to get everybody to pay attention to it. So you're not gonna be deliberately trying to do it. The economic development pattern is going to lead you to it, and it's going to solve your problem for you. And you wanna solve your problem. You're laser focused on solving your problem, but you're not thinking about all of the other processes that lead you to where you think your problem needs to be solved. So I know you're trying to say it's not affordable housing creation, but the affordable housing rental stock exists because of the banking policies that are already baked in. They're already there for you. So you don't need to create it. It's been created for you. And so you've got to find a way to put your foot down and not continue to concentrate poverty. You just got to make a decision that's not acceptable, because anybody in the community that will notice it's happening to their neighborhood would stop you. If anybody I'm not going to name names, but I can name some expensive streets in this city, and if anybody noticed that there were 4 or 5 housing gateway vouchers within this 3-block area, then people would be down here filling up this room, and you would have a problem. you would get negative community feedback for concentrating it. And I want the same type of treatment in my district, even though my people are at work and can't be down here at 2 o'clock and 1 o'clock. They still feel the same way, but they at work.
Yeah.
So that's all I have to say about it. I'm gonna just write some legislation and force it. Because I've said it 6, 7, 11 times, and I still don't see it reflected in how we're going about talking about this problem. So I'll have something from the floor today.
Thank you, Councilman Patterson-Hasley. Is there, Council Mayor Pro Tem?
Actually, I just want to remind you that it actually is in the $1 million legislation that the council appropriated. You really have the same statement, so you actually did put that language into our ordinance that we passed back a couple of months ago.
I know I did, and what I'm saying is I'm not satisfied with how the presentation doesn't give a close look at it. So I know that I've written it in there, it's like 2 sentences, and I thought that was a good enough, fix. But as we're having this conversation, Mr. Mayor, I don't see it being paid attention to. And I find it to be very serious. I mean, I think it's very, very serious. So I would like it to be talked about every time we talk about this.
Ms. Bain? Other questions or comments? Councilwoman French.
Just to expand upon that a little bit, because I wholeheartedly agree with my colleague, do we have a map, a regional map, zoning, kind of like what we're looking at, what's targeted, what's available as far as temporary housing, permanent housing, like existing stock? Not just new development or potential new development or affordable housing and new.
We're doing a housing assessment as part of our 5-year consolidated plan with HUD, and so we're going to be doing a very robust assessment of our local housing stock. We have not identified or started the process of working with landlords yet, but we certainly will be able to provide you more information when that work is underway.
Okay, because I'd like to be involved with that too, because I've made it very well known that we want to look at that in the Northland as well, and specifically the 2nd District. I don't feel like we have looked at that enough to have any options or available options for houselessness in the Northland itself. And even when we have temporary shelters or weather shelters, quote, things like that, we don't seem to have any. I feel like the Northland's not paid attention to. And I think my councilwoman is right that it's very concentrated in certain areas, and we're not looking at the city as a whole and the needs for the city as a whole. So. I also had another question, just with numbers alone. When you say individuals are experiencing long-term houselessness, what constitutes long-term?
Yeah, so that is an experience of homelessness for longer than a year.
Okay, so a little longer than a year. So you're saying 1,750 single adults are entering houselessness each year. And then that's 87% of those are newly houseless. But you're saying our target then is about 400 individuals over the next 12 months. So that leaves about 1,300, 1,350 individuals. I guess where are you trying to fill that gap? Where are you looking at to?
Yeah, I think what we're representing is that this first step, this first year is, a step to establish proof points that we can start to change the trajectory of this, but it is not representative as a fully scaled solution. So what comes under this are subsequent phases in order to continue to systematically scale. So this is just a first step to build proof, right, and to demonstrate that we can move forward.
Okay, but we're still saying there's about 1,300 individuals plus the 300, so 1,500 individuals are kind of left in that we'll wait and see, you're in a purgatory trial period.
Yeah, so a couple of things are happening. So one, some of those individuals are getting access to some of your existing continuum of care resources, so they're getting some remedy. And lots of those individuals are not languishing in homelessness, otherwise you would see a lot more homelessness, right? They're eventually finding their way out, but they're staying in that experience of homelessness on average 4 months. before they find their way out. And so this is filling your shelter beds, kind of clogs up your system because we're not doing enough to intervene early. And so, we certainly, every community kind of makes a decision about what their first bite can look like as we move in this direction. And so we landed on this year one strategy relative to the resources that we could likely activate in this first period of time. How do we establish a proof point? But the goal would be, we want to fully resource the system to respond to every single person who comes through that door with the right intervention that's immediate and that allows us to turn our shelter beds over so that there's no one sleeping outside. That's the future state we're aiming toward, and this is a first step toward that.
Okay, and then are we following up with those individuals on a constant basis to make sure they're not re-entering?
So there's a couple of things happening. Those individuals who are getting a deep intervention, we're staying with them for 12 months to support the stabilization. Those individuals that are new to homelessness, we're giving them a pretty light touch and letting them go. For both populations, we're looking at the data and analyzing, are individuals returning? Are they finding themselves back in homelessness again? And so if an individual, for example, we provided a light touch intervention and they return to homelessness at some point within the next 12 months, what that's going to signal to us is that we need to consider a deeper intervention in order to stabilize. For those individuals that we're providing 12 months of stabilization support, that deep intervention, we will also look for the next 12 months after they exit that intervention, do they return? And what the data historically has showed us from all of these other cities that have implemented this model is about 85% of individuals do not return to homelessness after they exit the program on month 13, and we monitor that for another 12 months. So it's pretty good. It's not perfect, it's not 100%, but it affords us the ability to kind of slow that inflow by reducing the number of returns and shortening lengths of stay in homelessness.
And that 85% was the deep dive, or is that?
85% of the people that get that deep intervention do not return to homelessness within 12 months of exiting the program. The early interventions, this is a relatively new emerging practice because the entire country was kind of finding itself operating a lot of waiting rooms and not necessarily focused on these early interventions. And the crisis of unsheltered homelessness is forcing everyone to look at the efficiency within their own shelter systems. And so we're just on the cusp in many of these cities of activating these new front door resolutions. But the data overwhelmingly shows us that we can reduce lengths of stay and reduce returns to homelessness when we can scale, right? And we are just not fully scaled yet in any one community so that I can give you even more reliable data on it.
And I just wanted to add to Mandy's point, I think one thing about this program that's different than our current system is that we're really not set up at all to address those newly unhoused individuals. So they're coming into a system that has wait lists and they have to be homeless for several months, up to a year, before they're being able to receive any kind of housing benefit. And so this is trying to address that population before they get to that chronic state, in addition to providing more assistance to the chronic population.
And that's where it's kind of getting that 87%
Yeah.
and kind of where we are in the deep dive versus kind of like
if we can get to the
past
newly unhoused and address the chronically unhoused simultaneously, that's really the path forward for us, we think.
So the ones that don't get the deep dive, they still get resources, financial literacy, like help with childcare, assistance?
Yeah, those rapid resolutions is really based on creating a flexible pool of resources coupled with a problem-solving or diversion specialist that really asks the question, what is it going to take to help you kind of stabilize? And so in many cases, it's a combination of one-time financial assistance that could go to an array of things, but also a connection to those other types of supports and services within the community that are going to help them stabilize and stay out of homelessness in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I think I'll ask just, I'll try to be as quick as one can be on this, and it's going to be a question we've spoken of before. And this broadly comes from just the idea that local government hasn't always been in this space. And what long-term impact do we expect both on our tax base and our taxpayers? And I say it with an understanding of the magnitude of the problem, but also an understanding of general fund challenges the city continues to have, rising pension and insurance costs, cost of employees, and others. Is it the anticipation that this becomes a permanent program? In the event it does not become a permanent annual program, what follows after the conclusion of the period of what might otherwise be a pilot? And I'll have that, I guess, be the first question.
Yes, so I think the contemplation here in the context of a public-private partnership is as this project is implemented and you're seeing the results that you're interested in, there's a collective question that has to be asked, which is how do we continue to scale this system? And rarely does it fall to any one particular governmental entity to be the sole bearer of that. I think there's always a lead, and I think cities oftentimes bear an outsized responsibility to lead on the issue, but most typically we tend to look toward counties to provide some of the ongoing resources that sustain these programs. And then we ask of our private funding partners to help us move in the direction toward that particular scaled programming that we're looking for that can be sustained, right, with those suitable mechanisms. And ultimately, many communities find themselves in a very similar situation where we understand the problem in front of us today. We're starting to get a handle on what the ongoing demand might look like, and we now need to both respond to what is an urgent need in front of us while also simultaneously commit to defining a sustainable strategy for what ultimately is often kind of coming to be understood as critical infrastructure or a critical safety net that supports, broader rehousing opportunities.
Mr. Mayor, may I add something to that? Again, I spend a lot of time in cities in our region and cities outside of our region, and I know you do too. But if you look to the east, the next major city to the east right now has an office vacancy rate of 60% downtown. Their overall population isn't growing at all. They don't have anybody living downtown. And they have a ballpark downtown, but most people don't want to venture more than a block or two away from that ballpark because of the situation downtown. You look to the next major city to the west, they are now looking at a 40% office vacancy rate, and people are leaving the downtown rapidly. They had 3 years of net decrease in population in that city that had been growing for years and years and years. I consider this issue the biggest threat to certainly our downtown businesses. I know of 3 businesses right now that are considering leaving Kansas City, Missouri, and all 3 of them are looking at the other side of the state line because of this issue. This is the number 1 issue, and I know 1 or 2 have already met with you and maybe our city manager, but it's very serious because their employees that work downtown no longer feel comfortable walking from the parking lot to the building, or they no longer want to live downtown. And it's not that all the homeless are dangerous, they're not. It's just people in crisis interacting with people that are working and living downtown is not a good mix. It's not a good mix. We've had on our properties, we had 72 reported incidents in the last 12 months. Not all of them with the homeless, but it's a very serious issue for those of us that have people that live and work downtown. So doing nothing is it's not an option unless you want to go downtown and have it look like it does to the big city to the east of us right now, which is not good.
I think I would add an additional question to that, and point understood on that. I'll still look for kind of from someone, and I mean, I guess I'll just be a tax-paying Kansas City at the point at which we get to the end of what this pilot period would be. But we we do owe that long-term plan to our taxpayers, to be just quite honest. And what we can't do is kind of hodgepodge it, right? Well, we will continue, to your point, to invest mightily in the police budget. That city to the east is having debate now between its new Board of Police Commissioners and the city on bankrupting the city just to fund that.
Right.
So they may not even have resources for the homelessness issue. And so it is something that, you know, I think is just core to our discussion. My only other question, as the hour gets later, is a flip side. Actually, it's related to Councilwoman Patterson-Hasley's question. I appreciate the focus in the 3rd District, right? So my sister and mother live on the eastern edge of the 3rd District, where they face the same issue you're articulating. However, I'm not sure they or institutions perhaps near them may be part of your advisory board and others. For areas that also very much deal with these issues consistently, how do you plan to ensure that they are part of this discussion as well, when they may not have some of the same stakeholders as Downtown Council, the Chamber, other entities, for folks that just happen to live on the east side, perhaps portions of far south Kansas City, and other areas where we hear these issues addressed these concerns all the time?
So I think part of our strategy is to do really a system overview of all of the homeless response in Kansas City. We have a lot of resources invested in this issue across several different foundations and governmental entities. And I think this effort is really trying to coordinate everyone and everything and look at this issue freshly. We welcome opportunities to engage with the community, and we will certainly be working with all of you. We're happy to come to district meetings and put this for public input so that we're really engaging the public in a meaningful way. But your point about funding, resources exist in our system, they're just not being used efficiently. It's very siloed. And we are going to be supplementing the current system with this program, but this is bigger than just Housing Gateway. We want to have an overhaul of our entire system. And that includes stakeholder input, that includes looking at our funding sources and aligning that funding. But I think that this is a comprehensive plan to address what is not working in our community. And we certainly don't mean to exacerbate any housing discrimination issues that have historically been in place in Kansas City. And I think that the input regarding including our community in this process is very much recognized, and we'll be sure to include them moving forward as we continue to develop this plan.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll conclude with this, and very much heard on the point you raised, Mr. Barth, in terms of making sure we stay regionally competitive, and that is a priority of ours. I will also note, though, that there are many communities in our city where, for lack of a better term, folks have almost gotten used to it. Not that they've accepted it, but you may not actually hear the same concern or complaint from somebody who for 30, 40 years knows that there have been people at X or Y corner spot establishments. And so I think the challenge to our housing staff, and as you build out this program, is to make sure that you are reaching to them through means by which we may not typically do so. Because it doesn't mean the problem is any less. Frankly, it doesn't mean the clientele with which we work is any less deserving if they are encamped near I-70 in Sterling in our city or 12th and Walnut. All right. Is there any further questions from council? All right. Thank you. Discussion of ordinances, resolutions, or other items to come before today. All right. Hearing now, we'll stand adjourned.
"20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results? 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, the population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation, relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started.
Fires can spread quickly and erratically, and where they will go in your house is unpredictable. In fire emergencies, every second counts, so you and your family need to be prepared. Plan, practice, prepare. Plan. Having a family escape plan is the best way to prepare your family in case of a fire. It only takes minutes for a house to fill with smoke and become completely engulfed in flames. Escape plans help families evacuate the home quickly and safely through routes that they have previously discussed and practiced. Your plan should include multiple ways to escape each room, designate a meeting place outside, include all members of your house, including anyone with a disability and your pets. Draw a map of each level of your home and show all doors and windows. Find 2 ways to get out of each room. Make sure all doors and windows that lead outside open easily. Be sure to have multiple ways to escape. Because fires are unpredictable, having only one escape route could limit your family and leave them trapped. Practice. Practice your plan. It is important for families to practice fire escape plans a few times a year during the day and at night. Practicing fire escape routes ensures that everyone can safely exit the home on their own in case of a fire. Overnight guests should always be aware of your fire escape plan. If a fire occurs, it is important that your family understand that they need to get out fast and safely. Instruct family members to take the safest exit route and remind them that if they must escape through smoke, they should crawl low under the smoke and keep their mouths covered. The smoke contains toxic gases, which can cause you to get disoriented. Prepare. Have working smoke alarms on every level of your home and in bedrooms. Close bedroom doors. Closing bedroom doors before going to sleep can be the difference between life and death. In the event of a fire, closed bedroom doors keep out smoke and poisonous gases like carbon monoxide and keep temperatures much lower than in rooms with open doors. That gives occupants more time to survive and get out. Also, remind family members that they should never open doors that are hot to the touch. If you feel the doorknob or door and it is hot, leave the door closed and use a secondary escape route. If the door feels cool, open it slowly and be ready to shut it quickly if heavy smoke or fire is present. If all of your escape routes are blocked and you become trapped, close the doors and cover vents and cracks around the doors to keep the smoke out and call 911 immediately. Stay where you are and signal for help at the window with a light-colored cloth or flashlight. Remind family members that once they're out, it is important to stay out. You should never go back into a burning building for any reason. If someone is trapped in the home, allow firefighters who are equipped to enter the home to rescue them. KCFD wants you and your family to stay safe and healthy. Plan, practice, prepare your escape plan today.
Hi, I'm Tyler Haney, firefighter EMT with the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. Each year, we treat hundreds of children related to accidents that occurred in the home. Many of the most common accidents and injuries can be prevented. Inside the house, falls downstairs or out of windows, injuries from overturned furniture or burns in the kitchen are some of the most common injuries. Outside the house, kids being hit by cars, injuries from not being properly restrained in a car seat, or injuries with a seatbelt are the most common injuries. Young children should be supervised at all times, but you can make your job easier and increase their safety by following these tips. Inside your house, stairs should be secured with baby gates, or if there is a door, be sure the lock is out of reach. Railing spindles should be no wider than 4 inches to prevent infants or toddlers from squeezing through. Make sure there are no objects near the stair gates or railings that would allow an adventurous toddler to climb over. Furniture can also cause injuries to children. Children may run into a corner or the edge of a piece of furniture, or may become trapped under a piece of furniture that is tipped over. Cover sharp edges with foam guards or pads. It also helps to point out to the children that as they get taller, they need to look out for these things. Make sure tall furniture that may look like an attractive thing for a young child to climb on is secured to the wall, keeping it from tipping. For windows, make sure all windows are secure or have guards on them. And when windows are open, make sure children do not have direct access to the window. Most window screens are not rated to bear the weight of even young toddlers leaning or banging against them. Outside, kids being hit by cars is the third leading cause of death in children. To prevent this, it is important to remember that young kids are short enough that often they are not visible over objects that taller kids and adults can see over. You may see the car over the parked cars at the curb. The car may see you behind those cars, but does the driver of the car see your small child standing on the other side of those parked cars? If not, your child could dart out from in between a line of parked cars, and drivers are unlikely to see them until it is too late. Around any kind of moving vehicle, have a hand on your child. If you're driving or getting ready to drive, make sure you have cleared the area around your car. Often, kids playing in a driveway or on a driveway or sidewalk are too short to be seen in the mirrors or over the hood. It also helps to educate your child about the dangers of cars. Even small children are capable of grasping the concept of danger, and they will feel empowered if you include them on the steps to help keep them safe. The best way to prevent injuries while riding in a vehicle is to make sure that all occupants are wearing the appropriate restraint device for their age and size. For infants and children under 2 years old, that means they should be properly secured into a rear-facing car seat in the back seat. Children 2 to 5 years old should still be in a car seat, but it can be a forward-facing car seat, and in the back seat is still the best location. Once children outgrow their forward-facing seat, they should be buckled into a booster seat until a seatbelt fits them properly. A proper seatbelt fit usually occurs when children are just over 4.5 feet tall, somewhere between age 9 and 12. Seatbelts fit properly when the lap belt lays across the upper thighs, not the stomach, and the shoulder belt lays across the chest, not the neck. We want you and your family to stay safe. Following these tips can help keep you and your children safe. For more information, go to kcmo.gov/fire.
Smoke detectors save lives.
Los detectores de humo salvan vidas.
Fire alarm حيوتن سيفارجال.
إن كاشف الدخان ينقذ الحياة.
Smoke alarm سوی سیبیت.
هشدارهای دود جان انسانها را نجات می‌دهد.
Detectores de fumaça salvam vidas.
Ng smoke alarms, magkatuwas ug kinabuhi.
ఫైర్ అలారంలు మీ ప్రాణాలను కాపాడుతుంది.
Smoke detectors save lives. If you need a smoke detector, call 816-513-4648. or go to kcmo.gov/fire.
The Go KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. In 2017, voters approved $800 million over 20 years to fund infrastructure improvements throughout the city, including streets, sidewalks, flood control, and more. Since then, Go KC bonds have made several improvements for the city's parks, museums, and landmark fountains. The Kansas City Museum underwent full restoration and renovation of all floors of the Corinthian Hall thanks to Go KC bonds. Go KC bonds were also used to reconstruct Maple Woods Parkway from Northeast 96th Street to Shoal Creek Parkway. This included new roundabouts, a grass median, new bike lanes, and a storm system. Go KC bonds made it possible for Kansas City to receive a new Kansas City campus for animal care, the Kansas City Pet Project constructed in Swope Park, and the renovation and new ADA-compliant landscaping for the Spirit of Freedom Fountain was a product of Go KC bonds. These are only a few of the improvements made possible with the Go KC bonds, and more improvements are on the way. The Go Bond KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. Since voters approved the bond in 2017, Kansas City has completed 265 new and refurbished sidewalks in all 6 council districts. And more improvements are on the way.
My name is Dion Lewis, and I'm the Division Manager for CCED, also known as Central City Economic Development. CCED was created to bring economic development to historically underserved areas in Kansas City impacted most by the redlining. In 2017, voters approved a 1/8 sales tax. This specialized sales tax district generates about $10 million annually. The CCED sales tax district is also located in the east side of Kansas City, and its boundaries are defined by the north side of 9th Street, the south by Gregory Boulevard, the east at Indiana, and the west by Paseo Boulevard. Since the program started, $53 million of CCED funds have been awarded to 39 projects. These projects range from developing or renovating commercial spaces to the creation and preservation of affordable housing for the people in the Central City Economic Development area. There's projects such as KD Learning Academy, which is alive and thriving to help solidify childcare for all age groups. The GIFT Project, which is housed out of Blue Hills Community Center, that is helping a number of entrepreneurial groups from MWBE businesses. Affordable Housing 19 Vine, which is scheduled to do a grand opening here pretty soon. Jazz Hill, which is a substantial project in itself because of the historic component of it, has 11 buildings, developing 197 affordable units. The Linwood Shopping Center. Linwood Shopping Center goes back decades, and just to be able to preserve that as one of the only shopping centers on the east side of Truce. Some other projects that we're excited about and are in progress include Lad School, which includes the creation of 51 housing units, providing the opportunity for generational wealth. Jazz District 3, which includes the construction of a mixed-use building and the creation of 48 affordable housing units. And 2000 Vine, which is creating offices, event space, and an art gallery. It's very, very important for the community to continue to support it and back it. So that way, we get what's needed on the east side of Truce and even further beyond, because again, this is just the beginning.
The Black Archives is really honored to be celebrating its 50th anniversary. It started out with our founder, Horace Peterson III, who wanted to preserve those stories of the building of Black Kansas City and of the Midwest. So we worked really hard to try to keep his legacy going. This exhibit is with My Eyes No Longer Blind, which is taken from a Langston Hughes poem that says, I look at the world from awakening eyes and a black face, and this is what I see, this fenced-off narrow space assigned to me. I look then at these silly walls, their dark eyes, and a dark face, and this is what I know, that all these walls oppression builds will have to go. And that's what the archives does. We talk about tearing down those walls, those fences, those things that try to barricade people into small spaces. We know about redlining and how there were institutionalized methods of trying to contain Black people in certain spaces. So we talk about that. We also talk about how those walls were broken down. We see at the Street Hotel was the first restaurant to have white tablecloth service for Black patrons. So the walls are coming down. We see people making those pushes. And so we have to archive that somehow. We have to make that available to everybody. We are the only exhibit outside of Montgomery, Alabama, that's dedicated to victims of racial crime. And 60 people in Missouri from Reconstruction to 1965 that were killed in the state. We know there were many more. So we have some empty spaces also in that exhibit for those anonymous people. My receptionist and the security guard say that they see so many people come out of your crime because they were never taught the truth. And they have these skewed images of what Black life was like here. And then when they learn the truth, then that new insight then affects them. And it affects them profoundly. So we collect, we preserve, we share, and we educate the history of people of African descent in this area.
My name is Alvin Brooks. That's Aovin. I've been in this city since I was about 8 or 9 months old, and seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. People talk about reconciliation, but you can't reconcile a situation unless you tell the truth about it. I was with the police department up until 1964. The Black community was under siege. So I saw that from the inside. And then there were 3 of us who were Black men, left the police department, going to the school district. Then there was the riot. It began on the steps of City Hall on April 9th, 1968. And mainly because the Kansas City School District, under the white leadership, decided that they would not close the schools on that Tuesday, the 9th. And we urged them, don't open the school. They didn't listen to us. And the morning of the 9th is when the kids began to realize that their Kansas City, Kansas colleagues were out. And it started Mount Emanuel High School, and then to Lincoln High School, then to Central, then to East and Southeast Westport. They were gassed at 31st in Indiana. They were gassed at 31st in Truce. So they headed north on Paseo. So I met them at 22nd and Vine, coming north. Curtis McClendon of the Kansas City Chiefs, Otis Taylor of the Kansas City Chiefs, Bruce White was the Kansas City council person. We walked down City Hall, westbound and the eastbound I-70 lane. We got there were a number of speakers. I was the last speaker. Kids kept chanting my name to speak because of my responsibility with the school district. After that, the police are here in riot gear. So I sensed the need to get these kids out of here. First bus arrived, and just as they're heading east on 12th Street from Loca, tear gas was thrown. The bus had to be evacuated. And later on, buses came and brought 2 kids out at Holy Name Catholic Church. Police followed them out and they threw tear gas in the church. Now I'm setting the stage for the riot. It really started there that day because frustration and anger. And that night is when all hell broke loose. I was appointed the first Black director in city government. I set up the Human Relations Department. There was no Department of Human Relations. It was now I assigned a couple people on staff to put together a Black History Month celebration. But there was so much resistance on the part of my colleagues. And it ought to be something that we all can do. It began with each one of us. Where's my heart? Where's my very being? What do I say about things like racism and bigotry and homophobia and xenophobia is different. What do I say about that? Do I say it, even if it doesn't affect me, do I say something about it? I should.
My name is The Royal Chief. I'm a hip hop artist from Kansas City. You know, we're naturally a jazz city. Like I literally grew up a few blocks down from 18th and Vine from the Jazz District. So, you know, you got the legends, the Charlie Parkers and Count Basie and them, but like, even as it, you know, went into hip hop, you look at people like Tech N9. For me, Ron was my guy. He was a big rapper in Kansas City in like the mid 2000s, and he was a big inspiration for me. You know, when you really get to the essence of music, it's feel, you know, it's what comes from your soul. And so I like to speak on those things so people just know like there's somebody out there who's going through what you went through. And here's how to get through it, or here's just somebody who can relate to you and, you know, give you something that you like, okay, it's not just me. I just bring who we are. Like I said, we're a grind and go get it city. We're put our head down and come together. We homers. And so everything I do is just about bringing pride to this and giving the essence of us on what we do and what we bring to the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Kendrick, President, Negro Knicks Baseball Museum. That winning spirit from an athletic standpoint really originates with the Kansas City Monarchs winning the 1924 Negro League World Series 100 years ago, and in essence becoming our city's first major professional sports team champion of any kind in 1924. You will never see a greater example of love of the game than you do when you walk through this museum. You see, they had to love it in order to endure the things that they had to endure. It wasn't uncommon that they could ride into a town, fill up the ballpark, but yet not be able to get a meal from the same fans who had just cheered them, or not have a place to stay. So yes, they would sleep on the bus and eat their peanut butter and crackers until they could get to a place that would offer them basic services. Every time these defiant athletes stepped to the plate, they were swinging for justice and equality. Now, they really didn't know they were doing all of this, because when it's all said and done, they just wanted to play ball. And then ultimately, it is the story of the social advancement of America as Jackie Roosevelt Robinson was handpicked from the great Kansas City Monarchs to be the chosen one to break Major League Baseball's then 6-decade-long self-imposed color barrier. Think about this. This is 1947. This is well before those more noted civil rights occurrences. Our very own President Harry S. Truman, of course born right up the road from where this museum operates, Independence, Missouri, would not integrate the armed forces until a year after Jackie. So for all intents and purposes, this is what indeed started the ball of social progress rolling in our country. So please, I encourage you all to take advantage of the generosity of the Kansas City Royals and the Royals Foundation to experience the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. Again, the entire month of February, admission is free.
Across Kansas City, transit-only lanes are used to improve the efficiency of public transit systems. One place you'll find these transit-only lanes is along the KC streetcar route from Union Station to UMKC. Transit-only lanes are for public transit vehicles only. Motor vehicle traffic is not allowed. Drivers, be on the lookout for new markings and signs. Transit-only zones are marked with either curbs, solid red pavement, or white and red lane lines, along with corresponding signage. Don't follow the streetcar into transit-only lanes. And remember, solid red bars means no cars. Transition zones are marked with red piano keys. These alert drivers of upcoming limited mixed-use zones with dashed lane lines and signage. Cars may use the mixed-use lane when turning into a driveway or at an intersection, or accessing on-street parking. And that's all there is to it. Transit-only lanes keep streetcars moving and get you where you need to go. Be smart, be safe, be ready. Ride KC Streetcar.
The Gold Bond KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. Since voters approved the bond in 2017, Kansas City has completed 265 new and refurbished sidewalks in all 6 council districts. And more improvements are on the way.
The meeting will come to order. Our guest chaplain is Pastor Frank Ross of Apostolic Revival Church. Would all who are able please stand for the invocation and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance? Pastor Ross.
Let us pray. Lord God, we thank you for another opportunity to come into this place today. God, asking you to touch our minds and our hearts today. Touch our mayor, touch our councilmen and our councilwomen, that the decisions that are made today would help us to grow, to become great in the way that you see fit and that you want the honor and the glory for. God, we thank you again. We give you the praise, the honor, and the glory. We thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll.
Yes, sir. Curls. Present. Parkshaw. Boo.
Here.
Duncan. Here. O'Neill. Here. Willett.
Thank you, Pastor.
French.
Present.
Rogers. Here. Patterson Haslem.
Present.
Robinson. Rhea.
Present.
Bunch. Here. Lucas.
Here.
11 members present.
Will the clerk please call the special actions?
Sir, 260409, recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness Month and advancing mental health first aid across Kansas City community.
Councilmember Rayo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a resolution that recognized May as Mental Health Awareness Month and advancing mental health first aid across the city of Kansas City, Missouri. Always, this month is a great opportunity to remind ourselves about the importance of mental health, treating it, funding it, supporting folks who are going through it. But this resolution focuses specifically on mental health first aid, which is an evidence-based public education program that teaches how to recognize signs and symptoms of mental health challenges, provide support, and connect individuals to professional and community resources. And I do want to recognize Celia Ruiz, who contacted us about this resolution, but who I had a conversation with months ago about trying to make sure that city staff are going through the training for mental health first aid and equipped to respond, especially folks in the Parks Department and others who operate with the general public. So I haven't forgot about that, but I think it's a conversation we need to continue to have. Plaza Academy has demonstrated leadership and dedication to student mental health and well-being by implementing teen mental health first aid during this 2026-2027 school year, ensuring that students are equipped with the knowledge and skills to support themselves and their peers. This initiative has been made possible through the support of key partners, including the Missouri Department of Mental Health First Aid Missouri, Missouri Institute of Mental Health, and mental health first aid instructors and supporters. The resolution will recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month and reaffirm our intent and commitment as a council to increase access to mental health education and prevention resources throughout the Kansas City. And there are a list of organizations that I do want to recognize. They might have been part of the list that I just provided. However, we do want to provide special appreciation to Missouri Department of Mental Health, Mental Health First Aid Missouri, Missouri Institute of Mental Health First Aid instructors, and supporters whose collective efforts continue to strengthen mental health awareness.
Thank you, Councilman Ray. Councilmember Boo.
I just want to say briefly, thank you for bringing this forward. Mental health is physical health, and that the more we talk about it, the more we remove the stigma, because there shouldn't be a stigma, because we all suffer from issues that we need to seek mental health. And so, again, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Boo. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Hearing none, the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The resolution is adopted. Whomever would like to speak? Sir. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ward Worley. I'm the Executive Director of Plaza Academy. It's an honor to be here today. Thank you, Councilman Ray. Thank you, Mayor Lucas. I would like to recognize the mental health first aid trainers, specifically Celia. She came down and got all of our kids trained in mental health first aid, and we appreciate her. She also trained the staff in mental health first aid, and we're very grateful for all their efforts, and thank you for having us here today.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Oh.
it. Need all the help we can get. Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So you get that out of the way.
Thank you. Nice seeing you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Next action.
260410, declaring the week of May 3rd through the 9th as a National Correctional Professionals Week in Kansas City. Diana Knapp and others are present to receive special action.
Megan in a suit. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This resolution declares this week as National Correctional Professionals Week in Kansas City. Correctional officers are trained law enforcement professionals dedicated to maintaining safe correctional environments and ensuring public safety. In Kansas City, corrections professionals perform an essential public service, maintaining safety and security within corrections facilities while upholding the dignity and rights of all individuals in custody. These dedicated professionals, including majors, captains, sergeants, officers, and the administrative team members, work tirelessly, often under challenging and dangerous conditions, demonstrating extraordinary courage, professionalism, and resilience. Correction officers and employees play an important role in guiding individuals toward rehabilitation by offering structure, encouragement, and support in helping them successfully build productive lives beyond incarceration. The community recognizes the significant contributions of correctional professionals, especially as we look forward to the future of corrections in Kansas City, where their expertise and dedication will be crucial to success in the journey ahead. And I say thank you, guys. I'll tell you, I'm a former public defender and a former prosecutor, and so I've visited almost every jail in this region, and it only works on either side of it for the people accused of crimes, for the people who have been convicted already, for the victims. None of this works without you guys. Your work is so important, and as we take some of this work back into our city, it's going to become even more critical. Megan, you've done a fantastic job with your leadership. Everybody up there makes our city safer, so thank you for what you do.
Thanks so much, Councilman Rogers. Is there further discussion on the resolution? I want to echo Councilman Rogers' support of the work that you do. It is good to recognize you. Good to have you at City Hall today. Know that you are welcome back anytime, but more than anything, to know that you're appreciated. You are a key part of how our city stays safer, and we appreciate the work you do for us each day. If there are none others wish to speak to the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The resolution is adopted. Whomever would like to speak. Ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. I am Diana Knapp. I am the director of the newly formed Department of Community Safety. And on behalf of our team here, the men and women who work in corrections in this city, we want to say thank you for your support. Thank you for your encouragement. Mr. Mayor, City Manager Vasquez, ACM Klein, thank you. It's an exciting day in Kansas City, and we are here to serve this community. And I could not be more proud of the men and women of this department, their courage, their bravery, their compassion, their maturity, and the service that we're going to provide to our fellow Kansas Citians. So thank you for your support and thank you for having us today.
Glad to have you on board. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate everything you do. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, sir. Appreciate it.
We're gonna do one of these every week, so you show up in a suit.
I like those. Appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Fun for that visit, Casey. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next action.
260420, recognizing Food Allergy Awareness Month and celebrating Just Like You Films and its latest project, May Contain My Life.
Oh, yeah.
Speak right over here. Councilwoman Boo.
All right, Honorable Mayor, it is my honor to stand today to recognize Food Allergy Awareness Month and celebrate Just Like You Films. This is personal. My daughter, Ashley, suffers from a life-threatening food allergy, and my soon-to-be daughter-in-law also does. But throughout the month of May, National Food Allergy Awareness raises awareness for those living with food allergies, including those with life-threatening anaphylaxis. Through a collective effort, we can strive to keep safe the 33 million Americans that live with food allergies through minimizing exposures to allergens and improved emergency preparedness. Just Like You Films is an Oscar-qualified Mid-America Emmy Award-winning Kansas City-based nonprofit dedicated to producing socially impactful films that foster empathy, inclusion, and understanding through real stories rooted in lived experience. The organization has reached audiences locally and globally using film as a catalyst for meaningful conversation and change. With its growing streaming platform, JustLikeYouTV.org, it brings compassion to kids, adults, and families, while its empathy engine translates storytelling into action across institutions, including schools, healthcare systems, workplaces, and community organizations. Its latest project, May Contain My Life, brings urgent awareness to the realities of living with life-threatening food allergies. The film combines powerful storytelling with real voices and experiences, helping audiences better understand the daily vigilance, challenges, and resilience of individuals and families navigating food allergies. May Contain My Life will be released in 230 AMC theaters nationwide, bringing this important story to audiences across the country during a one-week theatrical run from May 22nd through 29th. But most importantly, it will have its national debut 2 weeks from today at Union Station here in Kansas City on May 21st. Some of you second-termers may recall in 2023, we adopted Elijah's Law and recognized the work of Dinah Hawthorne, Elijah's mother. 3-year-old Elijah, who suffered a life-threatening allergy to milk, was fed a grilled cheese sandwich. The child care facility had no emergency protocol in place, and Elijah died. Dinah founded the Elijah Alavia Foundation and traveled the country to speak with legislatures, including our own council, to encourage those that had regulatory authority over child care facilities to ensure that emergency protocols were in place. We recognize not only Dinah, but I don't want to ruin the movie, but we did adopt Elijah's Law. I encourage you to join us on May 21st at Union Station, not only because some of you all may have cameo appearances in the movie, but also because this is really a wonderful movie that provides educational information on the important issue of those families facing this really life-threatening issue. So I want to thank you for all the work that Just Like You Films provides to a variety of issues, anxiety and depression, and a variety of things that people, families, teenagers face, but especially today, one that my family faces as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Boo. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? Hearing none, the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the resolution is adopted. Whoever would like to speak.
Hi, I'm Mandy Kearns, COO and filmmaker at Just Like You Films. And thank you to Kansas City, Missouri City Council for recognizing Food Allergy Awareness Month and for helping create greater awareness, safety, and inclusion for individuals and families living with life-threatening food allergies. As a mom whose son and daughter also live with life-threatening food allergies, every single day, having the support of city leaders who care about helping kids stay safe, all kids stay safe, makes me incredibly proud to call Kansas City home. We would like to personally attend the premiere, the world premiere that we are so excited about. It's a docudrama, so it's not a traditional documentary, so look that up, it's really exciting. But we'd like to personally invite you all to attend the premiere. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. There, yeah.
We have two additional special actions and motions from the floor. The Mayor Pro Tem will handle. Hers will go first, which will be the Black Economic Union. The following one will be ALS from Councilman Curls. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Under Council Rule 6.02, I move that the provision contained in Council Rule 4.01 that the city clerk shall docket no more than 3 special actions at each regular meeting of the council be temporarily suspended.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that the provision contained in Council Rule 4.01 be temporarily suspended. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Earls.
Aye.
Hartshaw.
Aye.
Boo. Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill. Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
9 ayes.
Motion passes. The Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I request the clerk receive, docket, and read an additional special action to be included on today's docket.
The clerk will receive the resolution, assign a number, and read the title.
Yes, sir. That number is going to be 260450. Recognizing Black Union, Economic Union of Greater Kansas City for the decades of economic empowerment, community development, and lasting service, and recognizing May 7, 2026 as Black Economic Union Day in Kansas City.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Honorable Mayor, it is my honor to stand today to recognize the enduring legacy and impact of the Black Economic Union of Greater Kansas City, an organization founded in 1968 by visionaries Jim Brown and Curtis McClinton to advance economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, and community development for African Americans in Kansas City. For nearly 6 decades, the BEU has helped shape the fabric of our city through affordable housing development, support for Black-owned businesses, workforce and financial literacy programs, and investments that strengthen the historic 18th and Vine District, historic district, and surrounding neighborhoods. As the only Black remaining Black economic union in the nation, the organization stands as a powerful testament to visionary leadership, community partnership, and the belief that economic opportunity strengthens entire communities. I also want to recognize and celebrate the leadership of Dr. Margot, as they call for short, McClinton-Stoglin, current and former BEU leaders, volunteers, and supporters whose dedication has carried this mission forward for generations. Through events like the Next Play, BEU Ownership and Investment Summit, the organization continues its commitment to educating and empowering the next generation in financial literacy, workforce development, home ownership, and economic growth. It is my honor to recognize all of you who are with us today and thank you for your dedication to ensuring that we uplift our African American community in a way that will lead to financial wealth empowerment for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? I just want to say thank you to all of you who are with us today, all for your leadership in the community, and thank you to the folks who founded this organization. You mentioned Jim Brown and the Kansas City Chiefs great Curtis McClinton, and then Dr. Marguerite McClinton-Stoglin. I got to talk to the other day. I knew her way back in the day. And so it is good to see everybody still doing the work to lift up our community. It is ongoing work, and it is appreciated. So I thank y'all for all that you keep doing. If there are no others who wish to speak to the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Resolution is adopted. I don't know who would speak. All right. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Black Economic Union of Greater Kansas City, I am Eric Hawthorne, Director of Economic Development, and we want to say thank you so much. We strive for creating generational wealth, pathways to do so, and to be able to address the disparities on the east side of Truce. We are so honored to be here. I won't be long, but thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council Chamber. And I'll turn it over to our Treasurer and Board Member, Charlie Parker.
I'll be real quick. In the city of Kansas City, if you have a name like Charlie Parker, you better be doing something right. I'm a lifelong Kansas Citian, and a couple days ago we had a gathering, and we were fortunate to have our founders' daughters here. Kim Brown, which is Jim Brown's daughter, and of course Margot McClinton, who is Curtis McClinton's daughter. So as we move forward, we just want to say thank you and watch for us, and of course we'll be asking for support wherever we can get it and whenever we can get it. But at any rate, thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure. I feel like I have friends, not only on the council, but in the mayor's office.
Councilman Curls, do you request that the clerk receive docket and read an additional special action to be included on today's docket?
Yes.
The clerk will receive the resolution, assign a number, and read the title.
Number is going to be 260451, declaring May 2026 as ALS Awareness Month.
Councilman Curls.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my honor to present this proclamation recognizing ALS month May as ALS month, and actually recognizing Jennifer, who brings this to my attention every year. And I want to uplift her and encourage her on her fight in regards to this disease. ALS, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is a mouthful, is a progressive neurogenic disease that affects nerve cells in the brain and the spinal cord, slowly reducing a person's ability to walk, talk, eat, and eventually breathe. There are over 30,000 people in the United States living with ALS. And despite being discovered in 1869, there is no known cure for the disease. Because the exact causes of ALS are unknown, funding for clinical trials are vital for evaluating new treatments and enhancing the quality of life for ALS patients. Along with Jennifer today is the ALS Association, which is the largest philanthropic funder of ALS research globally. ALS Awareness Month raises public awareness of the disease and the impact it has on ALS patients and their families. And so it is my pleasure again to recognize Jennifer, her fight, ALS Association, and their continued endeavors in regards to trying to address this disease. And I just want to say thank you, Jennifer. Keep up the fight, and my prayers and thoughts are with you always. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Curls. Councilman Duncan.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Jennifer, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence today. I have a close friend who has ALS, who I used to run with, and as I've watched him throughout the years be less and less mobile, his spirit isn't less visible. In fact, he was always funny. He's even more funny now. He's hilarious and still going to Royals games. And I just want to say thank you because you're an inspiration to be in front of us today. At one point in time, all of us, at some point in time of our life, will be disabled for some point in time. Thank you for showing us what grace looks like with that.
Others who wish to speak to the resolution? Hearing none, the resolution is now before council. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, resolution is adopted. Whomever would like to speak.
Hi. On behalf of my wife, Jennifer, I'd like to say a few words on her behalf. On behalf of the ALS community, thank you for recognizing ALS Awareness Month. My name is Jennifer Robb, and I became ill in 2023 and diagnosed with ALS in 2024. ALS has stolen my ability to walk and speak. I have written a few words here for my husband to say. ALS is a motor neuron disease that attacks the nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord. As the nerve cells die, people living with ALS lose the ability to walk and use their arms, speak, swallow, and breathe. The average life expectancy is 2 to 4 years after diagnosis. That's pretty much what we have to say. It was already, the rest of this was already kind of spoken beforehand. So she just wanted to thank everybody for showing up and giving support to her. And she also was very active before having ALS and was an avid hiker. And it was just a couple years ago, she was hiking in Colorado. So it's a very cruel and sad disease to have. Thank you.
Okay.
Forget you guys.
That's crazy shit.
Just for some slight housekeeping, we will no longer have a same-day action request on the flag resolution. And we will have, I think, one amendment on final readings debate docket. But we'll go ahead and proceed with the, Girls will have the First Amendment, but we'll just talk about it till he gets here. But the final readings debate docket.
Yes, sir. 260286, amending Chapter 3 Code of Ordinances repealing Section 3-622, prevailing wage application to incentive plans, and enacting in lieu thereof a new Section 622, enacting a new Section 623, prevailing wage application for incentive plans, for the purpose of enlarging and establishing applicable prevailing wage policies for certain types of categories of incentive projects. Amending Chapter 3 Code of Ordinances, Section 437, waiver of M and WB goals for the purpose of greater alignment with efficiency among incentive agencies. Amending Chapter 74 Code of Ordinances, repealing Section 11, affordable housing set aside, and enacting in lieu thereof a new Section 11 for the purpose of right-sizing the payment in lieu of fee to better reflect the amount of subsidies provided per unit of affordable housing. Directing city manager to issue a request for proposal for the Nexus study to evaluate the affordable offset value and implementation of linkage fees on development within the city for the purpose of funding workforce and affordable housing, and to evaluate and develop a development linkage fee program within the city, and to report back to the city council within 6 months. Finance committee to pass.
Councilwoman Boo, what we may do is just hold this one for just a moment till we get Councilman Curls back. On the next item, there's a request to hold that item for 2 weeks. That is the 435 and Soccer Drive. There's no objection. That's the, 87 one. There's no objection that item be held for 2 weeks. We'll go to 260377.
Yes, sir. 260377, approving an amendment to the Heart of the City Area Plan to include the neighborhood plan for the South Round Top neighborhood. Neighborhood committee to pass.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. The goal of this is to establish a approval for the South Round Top Neighborhood Plan, which is located just north of Central High School in the 3rd District. This plan was created through direct engagement with neighborhood residents. It seeks to identify neighborhood issues related to city services and provide a to-do list for residents and elected officials to guide public investments and spur revitalization. Public engagement took place with the neighborhood over the course of a year and included multiple meetings with staff from city planning, development, and the city council office. The CPC recommended approval on April 1st, and the Neighborhood Planning Development Committee reviewed and recommended do pass.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any further discussion? Councilwoman Patterson has it.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Just to add some commentary, this neighborhood plan is a part of a broader initiative I started in around 2023 when I found out that a consultant to do a neighborhood plan costs $250,000. And so this is a much more cost-effective way to get neighborhood input in terms of what are the actual things that they need in their own neighborhood. And then me as the policymaker is very helpful because I can look at their plan and I can deploy resources and I can look at the larger infrastructure planning schedule and fit that in. And so as a result of looking at South Round Top's neighborhood plan, I was able to fund 100% of the crosswalks they requested. So, success story.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Patterson-Haslett. Congratulations on that success story. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Pearls.
Aye.
Parkshaw.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett.
Aye.
French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson-Haslett.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch. Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
Resolution is adopted. We'll go back to item 260286. Councilwoman Boo.
Honorable Mayor, this ordinance really was a product of several meetings, both inside and outside City Hall, really, to bring the Port KC and the EDC's policies with respect to prevailing wage as well as MBWBE into alignment. There were several changes made at the committee level, including providing for a nexus study, addressing as well our set-aside policy, which would provide for $5,000 per unit as a payment in lieu, adjusting that level. Finance, Governance, and Public Safety reviewed and recommended do pass. I believe that there is a floor amendment from Councilman Curls.
Councilman Curls.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that committee substitute for ordinance number 260286 be amended so that it reads in the document entitled Committee Sub for Ordinance number 260286 as amended, which has been distributed to all council members.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Curls.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This amendment will require the director of PREO to make a written recommendation to city incentive agencies prior to a city incentive agency granting any waiver of MBE, WBE requirements.
Thank you, Councilman Curls. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Actually, I don't have a discussion on the motion other than just wanted to clarify, does this also include a report back to the council in terms of waivers that are granted?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. We also included in this section C, which says each city incentive agency shall annually on or before May 1st report in writing to the city manager on a number of waivers the city incentive agency has granted pursuant to subsection B. The report shall identify each project for which a waiver has been granted, along with the description of the incentive provided to the project. And I know that a couple of my colleagues has asked me about, do we want to do it for an annual report or do we want to do it like on a quarterly so that we have a better update? I'm open to discussion. If not, it'll stand like it is now. And I think that I've done this in concert with the EDC Director Tracy Lewis as well as Dan Moy. I don't know if you want them to say anything or not, but they are in support of this as well.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lewis, for being here with us today as well. Thank you, Councilman Curls. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Curls.
Aye.
Parkshaw.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson-Haslett.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea. Bunch. Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
The motion passes. The ordinance is amended as before council. Is there any further discussion on the ordinance as amended? Councilman Duncan.
Mr. Mayor, did you have an amendment to this, or is it this?
I co-signed with his amendment.
Okay.
I think I do, right? Somebody tell me, but his amendment included everything.
Included everything in your amendment?
Correct.
I did have a question about sorry, we got these right before. Isn't there an additional amendment within the set-aside portion that provides additional waivers for the set-aside portion for the payment in lieu? Let me look for it.
I'll say I don't think so, but I could be. Now we're just working with Councilman Curl's amendment, so I'm just going to kind of look at that quickly. Because all I'm seeing is largely that material on page 9 version. And I don't think we have made additional changes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on the ordinance as amended? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Curls.
Aye.
Hartshaw.
Aye.
Boo. Duncan. O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea. Bunch.
Aye.
Lucas. 11 ayes.
The ordinance passes. Thank you, EDC, for your work as well. Mayor Pro Tem on committee advances.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I move
Do I
the
require-
charter reading of ordinances on 3 separate days be waived for the ordinances on today's docket listed as committee advances, and that these ordinances are advanced for final reading and consideration at this time.
Second?
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Curls.
Aye.
Hartshaw.
Aye.
Duncan. O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch. Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
Ordinance motion passes. Will the clerk proceed with the items on the advanced debate docket? Consent docket.
Yes,
sorry.
sir. 260367, approving the plat of Cadence, fifth plat in addition to Clay County, Missouri, on approximately 15 acres, generally located on the southeast corner of Northwest 104th Street and North Liberty Street, creating 58 lots, 2 tracts for the purpose of residential development, accepting various easements, establishing grades on public ways, authorizing Director of City Plan Development to and the Director of Water Services to execute and accept certain agreements, directing city clerk to facilitate the recordation of the ordinance and attached documents. 260381, approving various traffic regulations in compliance with Chapter 70 of the Code of Ordinances.
The clerk will call the roll.
Curls.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Duncan. O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
The ordinance is passed. Will the clerk proceed with the items on the advanced debate docket?
Yes, sir. 260372, amending Chapter 2 Code of Ordinance Administration by repealing and replacing certain sections for the purpose of establishing 10 new job classifications, removing 1 job classification, retitling 1 job classification, adjusting salary for the 3 classifications, adopting updated pay scales in accordance with the collective bargaining agreements with IAFF Local 42, and authorizing ordinance number 240725 and IAFF Local 3808 as authorized by ordinance number 250280, adjusting all non-exempt and exempt pay scales and updating affected classifications accordingly, and adjusting the salary for elective judge positions. Finance Committee recommends to pass.
Councilwoman Boo.
Honorable Mayor, this is our annual ordinance at the beginning of the fiscal year that reflects our staffing structure, compensation, and salary adjustments for certain positions within the city. Finance, Governance, and Public Safety reviewed and recommended advance and to pass.
Thank you, Councilwoman Boo. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Curls.
Aye.
Hartshaw.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
Ordinance passes.
260380, appropriating $300,000 from the unappropriated fund balance of the Development Services Fund for the purpose of supporting home repair services within the city, authorizing city manager to enter into an agreement with Rebuild Together KC, and recognize this ordinance as having accelerated effective date. Finance Committee to pass.
Councilwoman Boo.
Honorable Mayor, I'm going to try to explain this as well as Assistant City Manager Queen did. During the time that we adopted the budget, there had been a request to continue a one-time funding for Rebuilding Together KC. There was some confusion because we have a program called Rebuild KC, and at the time it was understood that, or it was thought that funding for Rebuilding Together KC was included in the budget. This would put back the funding for $300,000 for Rebuilding Together KC in our upcoming budget, or fund it for at the level of $300,000. At committee, we discussed putting that into the neighborhood empowerment grant, but allocating it for Rebuild KC. Rebuilding Together KC. See, this is why it gets so confusing, because there's named this practically the same thing. So anyway, Finance, Governance, Public Safety reviewed and recommended advance and do pass. I did not do as well as Assistant City Manager Queen.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Boo. Councilman O'Neill.
I just want to thank everybody. This is something that we thought was in there, and then we found out it was misappropriated or whatever. But this group has done a great job for the last several years on putting this money into Platte and Clay County up north and doing a lot of the things that are needed for a lot of our citizens up there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to say misappropriated has a connotation that is not very good. It wasn't misappropriated, it was just some confusion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I just want to clarify. So did you say that this $300,000 will be added to the neighborhood empowerment grant? No. Or
Yes.
you said?
Yes.
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 Yep.
That, and so then that for this year, then that appropriation will move to $700,000, but $300,000 will be specifically for Rebuilding Together.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just going to go in that account and be administered through that program, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And pursuant to some of our good governance standards, not that this isn't a wonderful organization, the hope would be that the organization applies for a neighborhood empowerment grant in future years. So rather than going through the process of budget amendment, if they went through the same objective process that the others do, it's just this year, it's automatically going to them. So we just remind them of that. All right, any further discussion on the ordinance? Hearing none, clerk will call the roll.
Curls.
Aye.
Barkshaw.
Aye.
Boo. Aye. Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson-Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
Ordinance passes.
260352, vacating approximately 35,000 square feet of right-of-way in District M1-5, jointly located on North Olive Street between Rochester Avenue and Nicholson Avenue, directing city clerk to record certain documents. Neighborhood committees to pass.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. This application proposes to vacate a portion of North Olive Street bound by Nicholson Avenue to the north and the alley north of Rochester Avenue to the south. The proposed right-of-way vacation is approximately 50 feet in width and 700 feet in length at its longest point. It is a portion of it, or it is in the 4th District, and the goal of the vacation is to take over the right-of-way and maintain the street after years of dilapidation. The property owner plans to repave the street. They will, after the approval of the vacation, the property owner will keep the street open to the public. The Neighborhood Planning Development Committee reviewed and recommended do pass.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Curls.
Aye.
Barkshaw.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson-Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
No.
Lucas.
Aye.
9 ayes, 1 nay.
Ordinance passes.
260371, authorizing Director of Water Service to execute a $5,389,697 construction contract with A-Bay Construction for the water main replacement in the area of Oak Street to Virginia Avenue, East 43rd Street to East 47th Terrace project. Authorizing maximum expenditure of $5,928,667 to recognize this ordinance as having a accelerated effective date. Transportation Committee to pass.
Councilman O'Neill.
Mayor, this project includes a replacement of approximately 9,450 feet of break-prone CIP water mains in the area of Oak Street to Virginia Avenue, East 43rd Street to East 47th Terrace in Kansas City. The work will include the transfer of customers' water service connections from existing water mains to new water mains. Transportation Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommends advance and do pass.
Thank you, Councilman O'Neill. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Curls.
Aye.
Barkshaw.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Duncan.
Aye. Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
Ordinance passes.
260374, detaching from the city of Kansas City approximately 8.129 acres, including 12 properties located in the south half of section 32, 33, and 34 of Township 47 North, Range 32 West of the fifth principal meridian, contingent upon the city of Raymore passing an ordinance annexing the same, retaining the easements, and directing the city manager to file certified copies of this ordinance with the required Jackson County officials. Transportation committees do pass.
Councilman O'Neill.
Mayor, the city of Kansas City and the city of Raymore share a border generally located at the center line of East 155th Street, from the center line of Kentucky Road East to the center line of Kurzwell Road. The city of Kansas City intends to detach such portions of unimproved property dedicated as right-of-way for the city of Kansas City abutting the properties. Upon concurrent annexation by the city of Raymore, such portion of East 155th Street will be completely within the control of City of Raymore. The reasons for and purposes to be accomplished with this detachment by the City of Kansas City are that it will allow for better coordination of utility service and better provision of services for the benefit of the citizens and property owners in the affected area. There are currently no residents in this area. Transportation Infrastructure Operations Committee recommends advance and do pass as a committee sub.
Thank you, Councilman O'Neill. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Earls.
Aye.
Parkshaw.
Aye. Aye.
Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Lucas, I'm sorry,
Aye.
11 ayes.
Ordinance passes.
260402, authorizing an agreement not to exceed $85,578,976 with the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority to provide transit services for the city of Kansas City, Missouri between May 1, 2026 and April 30, 2027, reducing contingent appropriation in the general fund in the amount of $1,000 and appropriating the same. Directing the city manager to work collaboratively with KCA to define, advance, and implement fiscal year 26-27 transit priorities, and recognize this ordinance as having a accelerated effective date. Transportation committees do pass.
Councilman O'Neill.
This ordinance authorizes the city manager to negotiate and enter into an agreement with KCATA to provide funding for transit services as defined in the agreement in the form of fixed route, paratransit, on-demand, and certain approved specialized services for residents of Kansas City, Missouri for a period of up to 1 year beginning May 1st, 2026 through April 30th, 2027. It further authorizes the Director of Transportation to provide transit services for the city of Kansas City, Missouri, including 2026, and 2027 IRIS services, which shall be limited to the Northland of Kansas City, Missouri. Transportation Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommends advance and do pass.
Thank you, Councilman O'Neill. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Earls.
Aye.
Shaw. Boo.
Aye.
Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
Ordinance passes. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Honorable Mayor, I move that the charter requirement for reading of ordinances on 3 separate days be waived for the ordinances on today's docket listed as first readings, and that these ordinances be introduced as listed to the committee so designated.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Earls.
Aye.
Parkshaw.
Aye.
Boo.
Aye.
Duncan.
Aye.
O'Neill.
Aye.
Willett. French.
Aye.
Rogers.
Aye.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson. Rhea.
Aye.
Bunch.
Aye.
Lucas.
Aye.
11 ayes.
Motion passes. Floor introductions. We'll start with Councilman Rhea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I request that the clerk receive, docket, and read an ordinance prepared too late to be on today's docket.
Clerk will receive the ordinance, assign a number, and read the title.
That number is going to be 452. Approving the council-approved signage plan on about 42 acres to allow for various signage to serve current landing and district MPD and generally located north and south side of Berkeley Parkway.
Referred to the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee. Council, well, does anybody want to do Councilperson 1? Just
Sure. Honorable Mayor, I request the clerk receive docket and read an ordinance prepared too late to be on today's docket.
The clerk will receive the ordinance, sign a number, and read the title.
260453, amending Chapter 50 Code of Ordinances, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions by repealing Section 234, Conversion Therapy of Minors Prohibited in its entirety, and amending Chapter 38, Article 3, Division 1, Section 38113, Discriminatory Accommodation Practice for the purpose of creating an exception regarding preferred pronouns.
You didn't have to do that?
What's that?
You didn't have to do that?
Refer to the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee.
Excuse me, Honorable Mayor, can this go to legal review?
She seems to be fighting it, but how about this? We'll refer to the Legal Review Committee instead. Special Committee for Legal Review.
There's no infrastructure in that one.
Councilwoman Patterson has it.
These are floors.
Well, you're stuck. Councilwoman Patterson.
Are we doing floors? Okay.
Yes, I request the clerk receive docket and read a resolution prepared too late to be on the regular docket.
The clerk will receive the resolution, assign a number, and read the title.
260454, directing city manager to evaluate city housing programs and policies to ensure they do not unintentionally exacerbate consensual poverty, and to recommend strategies to promote diverse housing access, neighborhood stability, and balanced economic development incentive throughout Kansas City, and report back to the council within 90 days.
Refer to the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee. Is there any further business to come before council?
I move that we go into closed session. I'm just kidding.
No. We'll stand adjourned.
Happy Mother's Day.
20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results? 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, the population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation. Relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started.
Sorry, welcome to PINO. My name's Kevin O'Neill. I'm the chair and first district at large, my colleagues.
Good morning, Melissa Robinson, 3rd District Vice Chair.
Eric Bunch, 4th District.
Jonathan Duncan, 6th District.
Leslie French, 2nd District at large.
And staff.
Bertha Ross, City Clerk's Office.
Jeff Martin, City Manager's Office.
Andrew Bonkowski, Law Department.
Ken Morgan, Water Services Department.
Michael Shaw, Public Works.
All right, we will read the, we are going to be holding 260407, which is Councilman Boo's ordinance. They'll be held for 1 week. And we will go to 26371, 260371. Clerk read.
Ordinance 260371, authorizing the Director of Water Services to execute a $5,389,697 construction contract with the Bay Construction for the water main replacement in the area of Oak Street to Virginia Avenue, East 43rd Street to East 47th Terrace project, authorizing a maximum expenditure of $5,928,667,000. $667, recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date.
David?
Good morning, Chair O'Neill and council members. David Poyer, I'm the Deputy Director of Engineering at Water Services, and today with ordinance number 260371 is the first of several water main replacement projects that will come before you as we enter the new fiscal year. So this is the first one. This one is in the Midtown on the south side, just south of UMKC campus. It's a $5.3 million construction project that will be awarded to Bay Construction for the replacement of various break-prone and aging infrastructure. As a reminder, these projects improve the distribution system reliability, increase hydraulic conveyance and capacity, support fire protection, and replace aging structure that is past its useful life. Here's a map of the project area. It's about 9,400 linear feet. As item of note, it will replace a 16-inch transmission main along Troost, and it's, like I said, just south of UMKC campus there. With every project, we use proactive public engagement, where we send out mailers to those impacted and then conduct a virtual public meeting where they can we inform them about the project and then invite them to ask questions, what to expect.
Thank you, sir. Who's the construction company and who owns that?
A Bay.
Is that an old friend of mine?
Old friend of yours.
How are you? Good to see you. All right. Any questions from my colleagues?
I got one question. I got a couple more slides. But okay, so MBE, WB goals were 11-11, and they will be meeting those goals. I did want to show to you guys the slate of projects I have planned for this fiscal year, with one caveat, that current budget, we typically target around, a 1%. We're actually, due to increased pricing, we're just below the 1%, but that's what we target every year. One item of note, if we're unable to pass the water bond, we are looking at ways to get through the fiscal year, so that would translate into cutting about 4 of these projects, will cut the budget approximately in half. I thought it'd be good just to show you where all the projects will be located this year. We range from districts 4, 3, 6, and 5.
Hey, David, just
Yes.
back to that.
Yes, sir.
The projects, those last 4, you're talking about if the bond issuance doesn't pass.
If the bond issue doesn't pass.
Okay.
Those are the ones we'd cut. And then I thought I'd show you geographically where those areas would be. And we've already identified those projects that we'd cut out of the budget. So there is real impact, and I just kind of wanted to show that today.
So how was the selection done on choosing the 3 that you would cut?
Well, really, it's how it's done is through which projects are ready for construction. Okay. So every year we do a risk assessment. We identify those segments that are in greatest need of replacement. We go through a design process, and then those projects are ready for construction. So it's a very regimented, organized process. We're just simply going through the math.
Questions, colleagues?
Thank you. I have 2 questions and 1 request for information. The water bond, can you give us an update as to where we are in the process of getting that passed?
Well, first week, it has to be a vote to council to be placed on a ballot initiative.
Is that an ordinance that's on hold? Is it held on the agenda?
Yes. So essentially, based upon other items that may be placed on the ballot, in all likelihood, we're probably going to get pushed back to November. And so what our goal is here is to just show the impacts based upon the availability and not availability of that.
Okay, so we would have to pass this in November in order to keep our program intact?
Yeah, that's the impact. So the goal first is to bring it before council so that it can be placed on the ballot for the citizens in November. And so when that's passed, then that allows us to move forward with these programs. If it's not passed, then these are some of the potential impacts that we may see.
Okay, I'm familiar with the process in terms of it being on an ordinance and then we putting it on the ballot. What I'm asking is that ordinance being held right now on the docket? Has it been introduced?
It's been introduced, and then it's been, we've been directed to present it later for consideration for later this year.
Okay, do you know, because I'm vaguely remembering that we passed this without a whole lot of conversation at this committee, and then it went to the floor, and then we talked about other items on the April ballot, and
Right.
so we wanted to I'm just making
Right.
sure that
No.
we're all in the same,
No, that's
on the
exactly
same
right.
page. So, we need to check, and maybe this is a request for the chair to, check with our illustrious mayor to see when we would like to bring that back up, before the body to take action so that we don't have these these impacts on our infrastructure. Thank you for helping us to understand the projects and where they are located. I think it's something that we requested from the committee, and you guys have done a good job of keeping that as a static slide when we pass these. One column that is missing that typically is here is the environmental justice census tracts. And while I know and understand those federal programs have changed, the areas are still the same.
Okay.
And so can you give us some insight as to why that's missing off of slide 6, and can we expect that to be added back on?
I can absolutely add it back. I was under the impression or understanding that the environmental justice impact areas were out of date, essentially, that the website by which we got that information was no longer up to date. So I was concerned that it wasn't accurately reflecting to reality of the situation. But I can refer back to the historical data and add that data to the.
When we're talking about historical, we're talking about 6 to 7 months. And so, yes, it's not that historical.
That's not a problem.
Thank you,
Yeah.
appreciate that. And then just one request for information. If you could let us know and send to the committee which water main replacements are in the design phase for next year so that we're aware of what you anticipate to be designed.
Yeah, you want a slide of, I will just summarize, I have a 42 design backlog, to be honest. I have a lot of projects in design, actually, currently. So 10 of those, of the 42, are slated for construction this year. So that means I have about 32 left in design,
Okay.
in some phase of design.
Can you send that in the format of slide 6 so we know you won't have probably a project number, but the project name as in the council district that it's in, because you probably won't know the estimated cost because it's in the design phase.
Right,
But
yes.
whatever you can give us, that would be great.
Sure.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no problem.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions from my colleagues? If not, I would ask for public testimony.
There's no public testimony.
No public testimony, I would welcome a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that ordinance number 260371 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Ordinance passes. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Next
260374. 260374, committee sub, detaching from the city of Kansas City approximately 8.129 acres, generally included 12 properties located in the south half of section 32, 33, and 34 of Township 47, north range 32, west of the 5th principal meridian, contingent upon the city of Raymore passing an ordinance annexing the same, retaining easements and directing the city manager to file certified copies of the ordinance while with the required Jackson County officials.
Good morning. My name is Andre with Public Works Department, right-of-way manager. Who are you?
I'm June Fieldhorn, city manager for the city of Raymore, Jonathan Zur, city attorney, Mayor Turbo, city of Raymore, and Chief Wilson, city of Raymore.
Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
So the reason we're here, the city wants to de-annex 155th Street between Carswell and Kentucky Avenue, giving them the right-of-way because they built a bridge and they felt it would be more cost-effective for them to maintain that portion of road than for the city to take it on. So if you want to present your case.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to have Mr. Zur pass out the history packet for this particular item to you all. The essence of it is the initial discussions for this particular detachment and annexation began in March of 2017. And within the packet on the left-hand side, you actually see the entire history of this.
Oh.
I'm sorry, we'll need you to repeat that. I apologize. We're
Sure.
trying to get our paperwork together. Okay, last sentence.
Always want to wait, right?
Sorry.
Originally, we came to the city in 2017 asking for this detachment, and it proceeded through, and as you can see the entire history of it. The right-hand side of your packet was the last time it was in front of the city of Kansas City. As is indicated, the detachment is the north side of 155th Street, which is also considered County Line Road. North side of the street is Kansas City and Jackson County. South side of the street is Raymore and Cass County. The different priorities we assumed from the city of Kansas City after it had made it through the approval process the first time, sometime between the committee approval and city council approval, Kansas City, city of Raymore, some different priorities apparently got put into place, things that distracted from the issue, but the issues always remained. What initially made the city of Raymore come before the city of Kansas City on this, which is starting to manifest itself again, are infrastructure repairs. And there was a major one in 2016 that a bridge on 155th Street gave out. And the culvert collapsed underneath it, and it was more than a year before Kansas City and us met on how to get this bridge repaired. And the bridge itself was entirely the responsibility of Kansas City under the mutual aid agreement, if you will. So I met at the time with Troy Schulte, that's how far back this goes, and came to an agreement that we would do a cost share agreement, which you also see here in the packet, $750,000 for both cities to both upgrade the road and repair the bridge and get the bridge back to functional. The reason it was more of a priority for the city of Raymore is because a lot of our citizens use 155th Street compared to the 12 citizens from Kansas City who live along this exact same stretch. We probably have 1,000 to 2,000 cars a day minimum that utilize this road to get to Kansas City and Lee Summit going north. So Troy and I agreed on, Mr. Schulte and I agreed on the cost share agreement, passed both cities. The cost share agreement itself, the whereas clauses that you can see in there, which we recognize are not binding, actually indicated that the city of Kansas City would detach and we would annex immediately after the work was done. And again, then there was a pause. During the pause, interestingly enough, the city of Kansas City passed the amendment to the Longview Area Plan, which actually called for this detachment to take place during that. So we knew it was still working in Kansas City, so we just wanted to do kind of the wait and see. So then when there was the change in the administration and the new city manager took over, I took the opportunity to come down and meet, well, our team took the opportunity to come down and meet again. And that has led to us being here now the second time to ask the city of Kansas City for this detachment with the assurances within the amended ordinance that's in front of you all that we will immediately go ahead and annex this in as soon as we have something to annex in. There was some discussion about who goes first on this because the statute that's being used actually says concurrently. Since we can't get both city councils in one room to do this at the exact same time, we're asking for the de-annexation before we annex. If it were to go to, if we get the approval from this committee and it goes to the council on Thursday, it would be in front of my city council for an emergency read on Monday night. Otherwise, we have the Memorial Day holiday. It would wait until the second Monday of June. That concludes our report. Happy to answer any questions.
Sometimes it's hard to hear in here, and what happened between 22 and 26? Why did it go away? 4 years ago. Yeah.
Honestly, not sure. We were still in contact with Kansas City, but again, we assumed Kansas City had other priorities during that particular period that you were looking at.
Gotcha. Jeff, you were the engineer on this project. What do you know of it? What happened?
Yeah, so I was actually city engineer when we started these discussions with City Moore and kind of got everything started up. Obviously, I changed positions kind of midstream on this, and I think unfortunately it kind of got lost in the shuffle. And then COVID turned everything up on its head, and I credit Raymore for reaching back out and percolating this back to the top for us so we could get it finalized. So,
any questions from my colleagues, Councilman?
Yeah. Well, one, I would have loved to have been briefed about this before committee. It's a lot to digest when we're talking about annexing property. De-annex, excuse me. I think some of my questions are practical. You know, where's the shared responsibility? How do the property lines meet up between Kansas City and Raymore? And then how does that get divvied up? I'm looking at you, Jeff, because I assume you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, so with this, as it currently stands, the city limit line runs down the approximate center line of 155th Street. So what this does is it actually moves that city limit line to the north right-of-way line. So essentially it puts all of 155th Street right-of-way within the city of Raymore, but leaves all of the properties on the north side of the road within Kansas City, Missouri. Okay.
So it's basically taking half a road and giving it to...
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say that this is a long time coming, honestly. I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't make a lot of sense for this to continue to be in the city limits of Kansas City, Missouri. These streets are mostly serving, right, the city of Raymore, and we have 6,000 lane miles of streets already. If we're looking at giving up, a couple miles of those in total, actually it may not be that much, but it seems like getting this off our books is probably a good idea, especially, and it just makes a lot more sense for this to be conjoined with the city of Raymore. So just that's my opinion. I get the concern for not being briefed before, but
I think about precedent and just because we share a lot of boundaries with other municipalities and obviously the state of Kansas. We generally split the road down the middle, correct?
It depends on the location. Sorry to jump in. So State Line Road varies as you traverse the length. So parts of it are fully in KCMO, parts are fully in Kansas, parts are center line, roughly off center line, and so it varies as you go down through there. So there are a series of agreements with the adjacent municipalities for those. So, but, you know, we have similar situations with the City of Gladstone, City of Raytown, others out there, and there's varying interjurisdictional agreements to cover maintenance of those. So works out really well whenever anybody comes to agreement. And, you know,
Hold
they
on,
see.
I got a phone call.
But, you know, there's times where, you know, if one municipality wants to do improvements to the road and KCMO or the other municipality can't necessarily have the budget to do it, they end up with half-street improvements. So it definitely ends up with some inconsistencies with service provided, so.
So for simplicity's sake, what do we give up and what do they get by doing this? By giving them the land, what does that achieve? I guess that might be a question for you guys.
Thank you. And as a matter of fact, I was briefing my council in work session last night on this. And Councilmember, you're exactly right. The shared road approach exists in my mind at this point after 25 years of doing this. With few exceptions, sharing infrastructure, I don't think is great policy because there is confusion. 155th Street is a perfect example with the bridge going up. There is confusion and delay for both side citizens on getting public projects done, daily maintenance, potholes, shoulder work. Each one you have to have these cost share agreements that take time and the citizens suffer through it. Law enforcement and public safety. This road has had a number of significant issues with public safety on it over the years where delay was actually caused in getting, including a couple of fatality accidents, as a matter of fact. So having one, snow plowing is another one. Having one jurisdiction on the roads is actually something that several years ago when I made that same plea to my council, we have been working on pretty steady because being in a more rural area, we have a number of situations where sections cross 2 and 3 municipalities at a time. So what does Kansas City give up? You give up the burden of the maintenance on this road and trying to get public safety down there from South Metro are the two things that you'll be giving up. We've actually been doing most of the potholing for the eternity that we have had this road. Kansas City did come in a few years ago and do an overlay on this road, Kelly and Peterson at the same time. So the road is in great shape. One of my council members asked me last night the exact same question. There's an area, a pretty long area, that's going to need some shoulder maintenance in the next couple of months. We'd be picking that up. That wouldn't be a burden of Kansas City's. While we're going to be taking on the costs that are associated with this, Kansas City maintains the right-of-way and the easements on the north side. And part of the ordinance that's in front of you that we intend to mirror is if there is the need to go under the road for any reason, there will be no unreasonable withholding of that ability on either side for the city. So we really think it's a really good partnership with you.
A question, you mentioned the dates, the timeliness, and you know the advance of this. What was your reasoning for the advance?
I'm sorry.
And I say advance. You wanted it done this week so we could have it on Thursday, and then. Well, I'm just saying is
the state statute 71011 subsection 1 says that it's going to be done concurrently, and it makes it sound like everything has to be done almost at the exact same time. And it was a conversation that I had the ability to speak with Mr. Shaw about yesterday. We just want Kansas City to be assured that we are going to be annexing, you're not detaching into space here without a plan on the city's part to have this in front of our council as soon as possible after Kansas City de-annexes it.
Okay, Councilwoman, do you have a question?
I'm just trying to digest all of this information as well. Would have loved to have been debriefed before committee. I think some of my questions have already been answered, just making sure that this is a roadway, so there's not a lot of residents being affected, correct?
It is totally road that is being done. The residents the Kansas City residents that are going to be having their driveways come out onto this road are minimal. I want to say there's 8 properties that are actually going to come out on this. Most of them, we probably know better than Kansas City. They're all retired Kansas City police officers and firefighters who are living down in the farthest southeast corner of the city.
Okay, and when you say then minimal impact, their driveway comes out onto the road, what does that do then for the city address?
Remains the
We're not
same.
de-annexing any.
They're still in
private
Kansas
property,
City.
correct? It's going to stay in Kansas
That's
City.
correct.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure that's well stated, that,
We need those 12 residents.
right, we need, well, we want all our residents. and I
That's
don't
right,
want-
I agree.
That's one. All right, any other questions from my colleagues?
I feel comfortable.
Good, good,
I'm good.
okay. Any public testimony on
There's no public testimony.
I would entertain a motion.
Is this a committee substitute?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And I think
Advance.
advance on this.
Yes, absolutely. Honored to. Mr. Chair, I move that committee substitute for ordinance number 260374 be reported out of committee with the recommendation of advance and do pass.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We want to thank the city of Raymore for being so well represented here and having the mayor here and the chief. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, somebody's got to tell us what to do.
Okay, I didn't know. 260381, approving various traffic regulations in compliance with Chapter 70 of the Code of Ordinances.
Jeff and Monica, welcome to TI9. You want to read the ordinance? I think it's 381.
Yes, good morning, Chair O'Neill and members of the committee. My name is Jeff Bryan. I'm an engineer section head with Public Works, and with me is Monica Kearney, senior project engineer with Public Works. And I will turn it over to Monica to introduce this ordinance regarding these traffic regulations.
Good morning. This ordinance is to make permanent a number of traffic regulations that have
You're
been in
going to
place.
need to speak up.
This ordinance is to make permanent a number of traffic regulations that have been in place for more than 90 days. Do you have any questions?
Like more, less is more.
Yeah, we need a presentation.
Less is more.
You get the award for the best presentation of the week. I got to ask, so are these 5 the things we're changing, or are there more and these are just samples?
These are examples. Everything in here has been read before council in communications at no less than 90 days ago. There are some parking changes, there are some 1 to 2-way conversions, there are some traffic signals. Just a little bit of everything.
Yeah, various signs.
Yeah, can we?
Just for those who may not remember, we do these periodically, and they're just changing the signs out on the street, and after 90 days, they're coming back, just in case anyone forgot, because we don't do these that often. We do them maybe a couple times a year.
Is this
it
in
seems like.
compliance with like ASHTO, like are we trying to?
I don't think we're changing anything in our standards. These are
Okay,
just
I
signs
just see
that
the
go.
standards, okay.
Yeah, these are just signs that just are in place and they have to have them piloted for 90 days and then they come back. So they're like actually out on the street. They're changed is what this is.
Okay, I just saw it looked like they were changing some of the standards, okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Do you have any comments?
Generally considered